Okay. Good morning. صباح الخير جميعا. أهلا وسهلا بكم.
Good morning, everyone. You are very welcome.
قبل أن نبدأ اليوم, I would like to remind you of two major
Before
things.
starting today's
The first
sessions,
about the translation kit. If anyone would like to have the translation kit, so he can tune the language that he preferred for hearing the sessions in Arabic, English, and French. And the other thing, it's about the game or the application, the competition that we started or we announced yesterday from JMI, the application Mill Hunt, which you can scan the QR code that you can see in the screen outside and start the game. And today also we're going to have winners, new winners for new teams. So it's kind of a nice competition that you would enjoy. And I wish you all the luck. So, ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests, colleagues, participants, welcome to day two. Day two of our conference, where we continue our discussions on media and information literacy in today's rapidly changing world. We now begin thematic session, the session under the name Media and Information Literacy in Times of Crisis. إذن أيها السيدات والسادة سيكون
So, ladies and gentlemen, now we are going to have a discussion about, of course, media and information literacy. We are going to start the fourth session. It's considered the fourth about, of course, information and media literacy during crisis.
Welcome our moderator, Mr. Khalid Mansour, writer and member of Meta's Oversight Board. Mr. Mansour, the floor is yours. You are most welcome.
صباح الخير أهلا وسهلا.
Good morning, everyone. You are very welcome. Hopefully, you had a pleasant day yesterday. I am going to move on now between, of course, Fusha and Egyptian dialect, but hopefully the interpreters will be okay. I will speak the one language or the other. So now I'm going to present the speakers when they start talking, but now I would like to call them to the stage.
I will invite the speakers one after the other to please come to the stage, starting with Dr. Zaid al-Nawaisi. Please, Doctor. Dr. Zaid al-Nawaisi is the Secretary General of the Ministry of Government Communication. تفضل. And two is Hania Bitar. Hania, please. Hania is the Executive Director of Bayalara, a Palestinian organization that works on communication and youth and inclusion. Nice to have you with us. And number three is Faisal Al-Bagher. Faisal, please. Faisal is a renowned Sudanese journalist, and he runs an organization on human rights defenders, specifically journalists. And then going to Ukraine, I welcome Ms. Olha Kravchenko. Olha runs a major government program on misinformation, disinformation, but media and information literacy. I will move between the two definitions, like media information literacy and fighting misinformation and disinformation. And last but not least, and from India, Mr. Sablok. Mr. runs a large, and anything in India is large, so a large fact-checking program, Factshala, but we will talk more about that later. So I'm going to move to join my friends on these lovely seats, and then we will start our conversation. Thank you. Good morning again, everybody. 20 years ago, in a very great documentary that I would actually advise all of you to see called The Fog of War, Secretary of Defense, US former Secretary of Defense, Robert McNamara, told the filmmakers about the fog of war, when information and analyses are clouded by many other considerations. McNamara was very remorseful. It's very rare to see a former government official, the longest serving US Defense Secretary, almost in tears. He was remorseful because this fog of war clouded the decisions that led to the death of hundreds of thousands of people in the Vietnam War. The fog of war is what blinds us not only in the 60s and 70s, it still blinds us, not only as decision and policy makers, like Mr. McNamara, but also as users, as individuals, especially in times of crises, as corporates, as organizations, and so on and so forth. This fog, or what some people call now, as I just said, misinformation and disinformation, or some other people call it, we are in a post-truth world, clouds our understanding, especially during crises. Because during crises, we are inundated, we are flooded by information, especially online information. And many of these are facts. But all of you know that facts can be ordered in a certain way. Facts can be partially represented in other ways. Misinformation and disinformation, especially when they are supervised by governments and large actors, makes it very difficult for individuals and for the civil society and even for politicians to ascertain the truth, the full truth of what happened, whom to trust to get the truth from, how to vet the information we are receiving. And this has been very clear, tragically clear, in the past 12 months with the ongoing massive and non-stop Israeli bombardment in Gaza, over a year now. And it's also clear in the ongoing massacres, vastly underreported in the Sudan. It has also been clear in the last couple of years in the Russian war against Ukraine, and so on and so forth. I can go on and on because the world is full of crises. As we speak now, it's not the exception. It has almost become the norm. This is the focus of our session. How can we conduct media and information literacy during crises? How can we not necessarily ascertain the truth, but at least approach what we receive with a critical eye? How does misinformation and disinformation work? Who is responsible for them? How can we cope with them? What is the responsibility, accountability of governments and other actors, etc., etc., etc. Now, I've already introduced the speakers to you, and I would like again to repeat what our great MC Isra just said, that this session will be in English and in Arabic. So in case you need a headset, please have it. We will have time for questions and answers at the end. So, without further ado, أهلا دكتور زيد. سوف نبدأ بالدكتور زيد النوايسة. الدكتور زيد.
We will start with Dr. Zaid Al-Nawaisa. He is the Secretary General of the Ministry of Government Communication in the Hashemite Kingdom of Jordan. And the first question has to do with something you had said before. And what we say before, which of course will remain with us for the rest of our lives. But in a symposium, in Amman, media symposium, I think last year you talked about how literacy, media literacy is a priority, an important priority for the Ministry of Government Communication. Could you please tell us, explain to us what is the importance of media literacy from the perspective of the point of view of the Hashemite Kingdom of Jordan, and to tell us about the programs, the most prominent programs that you work on. Good morning, first of all. Thank you, Dr. Khalid, and I am happy to be in this conference, this international global conference that we believe, of course, and we are pleasant and happy that we hosted. Good morning, everyone. When it comes to why the Ministry of Government Communications is interested, and as you know, it's the executive executive branch when it comes to supervising and overseeing literacy, media literacy. The Hashemite Kingdom, the Jordanian government knew the importance of this. After, of course, now we have this new player with us, media, conventional media, that of course shaped the opinions and views of people now as important as it used to be. Now we had, of course, print media and journalism. Of course, now we shaped the people's perspectives, and yes, this concept was, of course, part of the freedom. Now we, of course, you have totalitarian states. We have also other open states, but with now having this new player amongst us with us, now you have this digital revolution. Now we have a lot of changes. Maybe in certain, we have positive things, but we need to, of course, regulate media, digital media. I think this is really important. Sorry, his voice is so low, we can't hear him. I'm going to go back to the question, and we'll do our best. Maybe I think 20 years ago, there was like this high risk when we had this new player. And I remember, we were comparing between conventional media and digital media, or modern media, and especially social media. We're saying that conventional media is like a turtle, like an old turtle that cannot, of course, outrun a fast runner who would have, of course. This is what we suffer from in Jordan. We knew as like others that we, of course, need to address the media challenge in a methodological way, in a good way. So like 20 years ago, we started making, of course, working on media literacy. And I think those attempts were shy in one way or another, because we didn't have, of course, international experiences back then that we can base our work on. And but, of course, the transformation, and here, of course, in 2016, Her Highness Princess Reem Al Ali, who is the founder of the Jordan Media Institute, and that is one of the most important institutes and organizations in Jordan on media, in addition to, of course, the Yarmouk University and other universities, institutionalizing media literacy and information literacy, and an important academician, of course, worked on this, and that is, of course, Bassem Al-Twaisi. He supervised and oversaw this, and also the minister here, Muhammad Al-Momani, who is the dean, or the second dean in the Jordan Media Institute. Then we, of course, institutionalized media literacy until we got to a point whereby the government adopted this. When I say the government adopted this, I am talking about a political will on the highest level, that the media literacy should be like a curriculum now, or an approach. In 2020, the Jordanian government published its strategy and its action plan for 2022 through 2023, and now we are on the cusp of reviewing them. This strategy, of course, started adopting, of course, media literacy in schools, and of course, in classrooms, through all grades, and then in universities. And Jordan has done great, of course, efforts. And of course, as I said, things at the start, of course, it started with the Jordan Media Institute, and then it went to the Prime Ministry and to the Ministry of Culture. 2 years ago, we had, of course, the Ministry of Government Communication, and as a part of its strategy was something that is really important, and that is about media literacy. We started under the directives of the government. Of course, we had a national team headed by the Minister of Government Communication, and this team, of course, comprises people from the Ministry of Education, the Ministry of Culture, the Ministry of Higher Education, the Ministry of Digital Economy, and the Jordan Media Institute. This national team started, of course, modernizing and adding to the strategy, to the media strategy. We have, of course, aspiring projects because we are concerned actually to, of course, to combat misinformation that would lead to, of course, misguiding people. On ministry level, we have a platform called You Have the Right to Know. This moves, of course, on a fast pace to refute all miscommunication and misinformation. And, of course, we rehabilitated those people who run social media accounts and ministries and public institutions and universities so that they are able to deal with this challenge in 24/7. But this is not enough, actually. Your Right to Know platform is keen to, of course, provide the accurate information on a timely manner. And also we have a royal directive to the government of Jordan talking, and this is, of course, a characteristic in Jordan. Now we have, of course, a law for access to information that would allow Jordanians to have access to information. Around 95% of information available, and that is, of course, available to the public. Let's talk about things like you can't share things about national security. Of course, this is not accessible to people because people would always ask whenever we have rumors on social media platforms. And of course, because they would lead to misinformation and misguiding the population. And of course, the Hashemite Kingdom of Jordan, the government, and would face this and they have challenges with this. And a lot of those challenges would come from abroad. They would come to us and say, you don't provide us with accurate information. So then we had this law. And I think Jordan is the first in the region, in the Arab region, that would allow everyone, Jordanian or non-Jordanian, to, of course, have access to information, accurate information. And it wouldn't take more than 10 working days to get this information. Again, I would like to say that at the Ministry of Government Communication, they have a good, of course, partnership with the Ministry of Higher Education, with the Ministry of Culture, and with the UNESCO, to go to the largest extent, to the furthest extent, to adopting these things. Thank you, Mr. Zaid.
I think I will only allow people to go over time in the first questions. So, but after that, I will stick to the time. I will switch to Arabic now.
Doctor, you talked about a system that in each bureaucracy or government would do this, and you have a strategy, you have laws, you have, but actually after 2 weeks, 2 months, 2 years, after putting all these things in place, there would be a crisis like COVID, like the Israeli bombardment against Gaza, and then it would be hard actually for the tools that we have that would work in times of crises. So I would like you to tell me what are the things that change in your ministry, especially about media literacy with the people here because of the war in Gaza. How things changed? Thank you. I think
يعني للتأكيد على أهمية التربية الإعلامية لأنه الحرب
that is taking place in Gaza and also in Lebanon contributed at the start to provide, of course, a false narrative. And this narrative, of course, was on social media and found its environment and its place on social media to, of course, disseminate the Israeli misguiding narrative. Of course, the war, of course, killed unprecedented numbers since World War II in the last 100 years. What I would like to say also is that at the start, of course, we launched the You Have the Right to Know, of course, to refute all rumors about this. In addition to that, the Jordanian role, of course, was being skeptical or being, of course, because Jordan, as you know, is the closest to Palestine. We are, of course, suffering from political and financial burdens, and of course Jordan has put in all its capabilities to support. And also, even though despite of that, of course we've been slandered, people are attacking us. So of course we have to say that media literacy is the crux, is crucial to of course defend themselves. And as I said in the first intervention, we have of course a lot of programs. We have intensified and increased our presence on social media to of course convey and communicate our narrative, our actual narrative, because of course it was subject to it suffered of course from people who have political agenda against Jordan. Even the occupation state of course also attacked of course Jordan, and of course because they support our brothers in Palestine and in Gaza. But those tools that Jordan of course knew, and at least when we started institutionally back in 2019, of course, to have of course an approach, a right approach on media literacy, I think this also contributed to working on with this challenge and the crises that of course will take us back, as the doctor had said, the COVID-19 crisis. Of course the COVID-19 crisis, of course we suffered from a challenge on how as everywhere else, that to convince people that this pandemic needs of course vaccines. And when vaccines emerged, of course the state exerted a lot of effort to convince people to take those vaccines. But there were of course other opposing narrative that is skeptical to the effectiveness of those vaccines. But in Jordan, we of course used our tools, media tools and digital tools, to convince people about the necessity of, and of course we were there present in managing the crisis as media, and of course we overcame as the whole world did. So again, I think that crises are stimulate us, of course, in media, of course, also with the largest groups in people using social media, especially students, university students and school students. And of course, so if those curricula that we have focus on those people, those groups of people, starting with first grades in school and until people finish school, and also in universities, in university curricula, I think this is important. Thank you, Doctor. And as we saw yesterday, when we, of course, opened the session in the film, of course, Jordanian youth spend more than 6.5 hours a day on the internet. So I think there is huge competition between your right to, between the platform of you have the right to know and other platforms. There is a competition. So we're going westward to Palestine. Oh, you would like to talk in Arabic? Perfect. So we are going westward to Palestine, and we are going to move from a public or a government official to put in policies to also another personality, but in civil society, because when it comes to misinformation and media literacy, you know, the civil society organizations are really important. They play a great role, sometimes even more important than the government. Hani Bitar is the executive director. I don't know it in Arabic. I think it's the Palestinian Union for Leadership and rights. It's called PAYLARA, its acronym. Dr. Bitar works in supporting or defending the rights of the youth and younger Palestinians. It's, I think it's starting with 30 years. And I have a question for you. Could you please tell us more about, especially in light of the war circumstances in Gaza and also in the West Bank, that is also, there is no a lot of focus on the West Bank and also in Lebanon. Palestinians can, and also people interested in the cause outside of Palestine, how can they access accurate information that is credible? Of course, it's bad when it comes to misinformation.
شكرا كثير لك وصباح الخير جميعا. شكرا لوجودكم معنا اليوم بهذه الجلسة. المؤسسة اللي أنا أسستها وأديرها
The
حاليا
organization that I established, that I run now with a number of my colleagues and youth, the Palestinian Commission for Youth for Journalists, PLARA. This is the abbreviation, Palestinian Youth Association for Leadership and Rights Activation.
اليوم الجلسة مهمة جدا لأنه
Today the session is very important because it is it puts our finger exactly on the pain. There are many people in pain now, but
وجعنا بفلسطين بلكن يفوق الوصف.
our pain in Palestine is above the ability to describe it. I'm sorry, I'm getting a little emotional. Please forgive me.
أحكي لكم قبل عدة أسابيع.
I'm going to tell you, a few weeks ago, there was a lady from Tulkarem who had a nervous breakdown. She had a nervous breakdown because all of a sudden she got news that her son was martyred. Israel killed her son. You know the situation we are in. It was a complete nervous breakdown. It was discovered a few hours later that this is not right, that her son is still alive. Unfortunately, somebody suspected a resemblance between the martyr and her son, so I exchanged the news, and the news was multiplied through social media. The mother got the news and she had a nervous breakdown, and she's still suffering today. It's very important when we talk about correct, accurate information, verifying information in times of crises and war, to differentiate between what do we mean by war, what do we mean by genocide, what do we mean by crisis. We as a Palestinian people, we've been suffering for decades from occupation, the 1948, 1976, subsequent wars and crises other than COVID, natural disasters, etc. So the issue of misinformation, or the infodemic as it is described, depends on the situation we are in. So when we are in a situation, for example, in the West Bank, as you said, Khaled, there is underreporting. It is not being sufficiently covered as it should be, but ultimately we sleep in our beds. We're protected from cold, from winter. There's a meal that we can cook. If we're sick, we go to hospitals, even if there are areas where there really is a lot of crises, like Jenin, Tulkarem, and other areas. But ultimately, we have the luxury, as they say. We have space, a mental space, a psychological space, that if we get news, we verify it, we check it, we look at other sources for information, or we open on the channels that we find credible, that we trust. But when the situation is like Gaza, it's not a war, it's a genocide, where people are running. Where do they run to? Where do they go? How do they survive? They're not really, they don't have the luxury of thinking of media information and literacy, verifying news, or anything else. Where do I run? Where do I flee? How do I survive? This bitter reality that we live, the media, various media outlets were sorted now, and people no longer see, you know, this is a famous channel, this person is a very famous journalist. No, a lot of the masks are coming off, and people are able to differentiate these days gradually, but we do. So now we check, who do we trust, who do we follow? And that is why when we see, whether it is in the West Bank or the Gaza Strip, there's a widespread, there are widespread websites on social media or platforms. If you go to the statistics, we have over 100 platforms that are followed by the people. There are those that have become very famous, and the one that people people most trust is Telegram. And Telegram, because it's not like the outlets for Meta, so they feel that there is slightly less oversight. They feel that the information that I put, I can remove it, whether from the sender or the receiver, so I program it and we get get rid of this information. And this is in view, of course, the checkpoints. They stop people often and they search them and they open their phones and they look at your phone, they look at what are you sharing, what are you watching, and based on that there are detentions, imprisonment, accountability, and also we have a Palestinian censorship oversight. There is fear of chaos, problems, and there is also a restriction of freedoms and freedom and the spread of information. Oftentimes we find that there are platforms that are now famous. Some owners of these platforms are journalists, like we have Anas Sharif is very famous. He's originally a journalist, so he does have a platform and people follow him. But also we have many people that are able to photograph, write, and exchange, and there is a sharing of information, but we must remember that there are challenges. We're not talking about simple circumstances. If somebody can connect to the internet or get electricity, we have an office in Gaza, we have employees, we have hundreds of volunteers. To be able to communicate with them, sometimes it takes us 2 days for them to connect to the internet. They may go up a building that has been demolished, or they walk several kilometers to get a connection. That is why for us to have access to accurate, clear information, this is always a constant challenge, because the priority is how do I find something to eat, to drink, or a place for treatment, medical treatment. Thank you very much. Of course, this is not the first time we hear about how Telegram is perhaps the favorite platform in areas of conflict, because it is open to everyone. When it is a platform that is open for everyone, the strong prevail. They have capacities because there are no controls or limits on what can be published, but this is a dialogue that we will continue later, perhaps. I wanted to end with you from where I started with Dr. Zaid. With Dr. Zaid, we spoke about relative calm, and obviously this is impossible in the West Bank and most definitely in Gaza Strip. I want you to talk to us more about the work of PLARA in programs. What do you do? How do you develop awareness so that when there is a crisis, you are ready? As we know, in the middle of the crisis, it's not the right time for education, for awareness. So talk to us more about the programs that you do. Of course, in PLARA and also in Palestine, we have multiple entities that work on media awareness and education, universities like Bizet University and other institutions, and we have platforms for verifying or checking information like Kashf. At PLARA, we were among the first to work on media literacy and awareness, and we worked a lot cooperation with our Ministry of Education, Ministry of Higher Education, and various ministries. So how can we establish or create a Palestinian generation that has knowledge, awareness of basics of awareness, literacy awareness, and what is distinctive or special that we did in PLARA, other than the workshops, sessions, awareness, summer camps, competitions, we can say that obviously we weren't able to get to huge, significant numbers, because this requires a step by the Ministry of Education in Palestine, where it mimics the experience of Jordan in embedding this material in Palestinian curricula, but according to our capacities, we were able to reach various groups. And the truth is, what is distinctive and what I hope that people can benefit from our experience in is that in cooperation with Deutsche Welle and UNESCO, we established what we call the digital village. This digital village is a place that they can visit. Schools can visit it, parents can visit it, they bring their children along. And we did the same thing in Gaza. So they can, for example, when we say we have information security, cyber security, you are in fact going into a place, you're going through practical, actual experiences so that you can learn how you maintain the security of your information, you understand how this is hate speech or this is embedded speech. The fact is that there are very successful experiences in Palestine and we are very accomplished in them, but the important thing is, for purposes of this conference, to be honest, we conducted a simple study with the target group. So we selected a sample from Gaza and one from the West Bank, some of the youth that took literacy with us, so that we can determine in the circumstances that we are in, how much they benefited from this experience. Of course, the percentage of the beneficiaries in the West Bank, because as we said, we need to differentiate or talk about the amount of pressure we are under. It was higher in the West Bank. The people said, yes, we are verifying, we're researching, we're looking for credible sources of information in the Gaza Strip. The percentage was between 1 to 2 among the group whose opinions we sought or those who we polled. The important thing is that, what do you do? What do you do so that in this situation you can look at what we can do to benefit the people and tell them how they can benefit them in terms of the literacy. I wanted to mention, if I have a couple of minutes, do I have a couple of minutes or do I postpone it? No, then I'll postpone it to another question. I'll take advantage of another question and I'll answer that. Thank you very much, because I wanted to move from a crisis that we talked about in the West Bank, that we said is underreported or not sufficiently reported, to a crisis that is not being covered at all, to Sudan. Perhaps in Sudan there are fewer cameras, media cameras than there are in Jordan. There are many citizen journalists and many influencers on social media, but media institutions on the ground, the amount is very small. We have with us Mr. Faisal Bakr. He's a well-known journalist, a defender of human rights, and a friend. He is the general coordinator of Journalists for Human Rights in Sudan. It's an organization that works on issues of freedom of expression, protection of journalists. Faisal, the first question to you. You, as a journalist, you covered a conflict, wars in Sudan, the violent ones, the political ones, for many long years. Now, the people of Sudan and those interested in Sudan have a flood of conflicting news on social media and some newspapers and websites. But all of these websites, all of these sites, the influencers have political orientations or funding from groups, companies, etc. So the question is, what is the role of journalists and institutions like yours in assisting journalists in differentiating credible information or misleading information? So with this flood of information on social media. Thank you very much. First, perhaps it is a coincidence that I'm sitting in media coverage between Gaza Strip and the media coverage in the Ukraine. We can imagine the media coverage in Sudan. The media coverage in Sudan, this war destroyed everything. This war that erupted in the capital, Khartoum, on April 15th, 2023, destroyed everything, and it started with journalism, journalists and the media professionals, male and female, and created media darkness. What our colleagues said, as if it applies word for word on what is happening in Sudan and even more. But my friend, we must go back to what the popular Sudanese poet said. All of the injuries, the pain will go away. Keep your hearts open. This is something that is important. The journalists in Sudan found themselves in the first night of the war up until today in a state of somebody being put into a river and then being told, don't get wet, don't dare get wet. In spite of this, there is a generation of journalists, especially the youth, who are exerting great effort in checking information, in accessing information, in getting information. But it is simple. This right to access information is a right, a human right. And therefore, we journalists for human rights, since we established it in the year 2000, continue to work on training journalists on having this sensitivity, journalistic sensitivity on human rights towards the conflict, because Sudan remained in a state of conflict for many years, many wars. But the war of April 15th, 2023 is the harshest war that Sudan has seen, and it may be the harshest war that the world has seen after Palestine. But in any event, we exerted efforts in checking information, and there are attempts by our organization and other Sudanese journalists and the Sudanese media institution that was recently established to develop our abilities and skills to check information, access information in these exceptional circumstances, these harsh circumstances. In spite of this, we will continue to perform our role. And therefore, please allow me to salute in this moment the young journalist Halima Idris, who was the first martyr in this war. She was martyred in October 2023, a few months after the war erupted, and there are a few other journalists who were martyred, injured, and there are the journalists who are still missing. But it is war. This is war, and therefore we must exert all efforts possible in journalism and as journalists, and to work on the journalism of peace, journalism of human rights, a journalism that focuses on telling the stories of the people. This news stories, it's important. We, with our colleagues in Sudan, we learn from the experiences of others, from Jordan, India, the experiences in the Ukraine and in Palestine and in other countries. What is the media coverage of the war? It is a complex, difficult issue. In spite of this, we exert all efforts possible. There is misleading information, misinformation, and all these forms of news. And to the extent we can, we check the news according to what we learn from the experiences of others and our personal experiences. But the media coverage of wars is very complex, it's very difficult, and therefore such a conference on media literacy and awareness comes at a very critical time. It's very important. Our road is very difficult. There is death on both sides, but we will move forward.
Thank
you very much, Faisal, for giving us this poetry. Poetry is perhaps the best way to express the crisis that we are going through in such a session. But I wanted you, if you go down to earth a little bit, because we spoke with the representative of the host government, with the representative of civil society, and you, the press. On the ground, if you can give us example, in a country where there is no internet, in most areas, there are conflict groups fighting with arms. How do the journalists work in these circumstances in Sudan? This is the million-dollar question. This is a billion-dollar question. In spite of this, we will move forward. Sudan, for 30 years, since 1989, up until there was the revolution of 2018, we continued under a dictatorship system that hates journalism, hates journalists, covers up everything. We continued to face a violation against journalists in various forms, but then the glorious December revolution came in 2018, 2019. It opened a door strongly towards hope for us to be able to effect new change, for us to go through a transition period and a transitional journalism that takes people, takes us from the oppression to democracy, journalism of peace, respecting human rights and reinforcing human rights. This revolution, we paid a lot in it, and the journalists paid a lot to get to it. But this war halted this thinking of a transition, this thinking of moving towards a transitional journalism and the role that journalism can play and preparation for freedom, etc., elections and democracy, elections and journalism and peace, etc. Despite this, we continued to do what we could to get to accurate, true information. And you are the people of Mecca, so you know its secrets, its side streets. So during social media, Facebook, WhatsApp, this role played by the social media, misinformation, hate speech, embedding of misinformation, verification is difficult for professional journalists, more so than regular people. And therefore, we train journalists on verifying information, on checking information, and we benefit from such experiences, from the UNESCO experiences and the experiences in other countries. And therefore, in this conference, we came to learn, we came to benefit from your expertise, your experiences, so that this may help us in moving forward in such difficult circumstances. Thank you, Faisal.
Make a transition from Palestine and Sudan, where we are talking about underreporting and maybe the lack of reporting, to a country where maybe excessive reporting is a challenge for anybody working on media and information literacy, especially excessive reporting in the West and in the East, on the other side. So to help us shed some light on this, we have Olha Kravchenko. Olha is the head of Filter. Filter is a national media literacy project under the Ministry of Culture and Information Policy of Ukraine. But she was also a journalist, like Faisal, for a few years, starting even in university. Ola, take us to this other domain where your country has been in war for a few years. A war started by Russia and the Russian invasion of Ukraine. And you are in charge of a national project, a big national project, Filter, to empower people with media and information skills, how they can discern the truth, how can they sort of scrutinize media reporting. Can you explain to us the strategy of the project, especially in the middle of war? I mean, where people are inundated by a lot of information from all sides, people in Ukraine specifically. Please, go ahead.
Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. I thank you to Jordan for hosting this event and to UNESCO for organizing and for your efforts and bringing us all together here. It's a great pleasure. So you mentioned that the war lasts a couple of years, but actually it started in 2014 when Russia occupied Crimea and territories of Donbass. And so for decades, we live in a situation of information warfare when Russia tries to impose its narrative, to undermine trust in our state, to distort history. So in 2021, a filter project was established as a response to those challenges we were facing for decades, and there are a lot of non-governmental organizations who were doing and keep on doing a great job in media literacy development. So in 2021, the state, Ukraine, it recognized media literacy as its priority. And so we, if from public policy point of view, it's important to have strategy, measurement, political will, institution. So in Ukraine, we do have strategy on information security, and it has media literacy development as one of its goals. We also, this year, we adopted strategy of the Ministry of Media Literacy Development until 2026. It serves us as a compass to coordinate media literacy initiatives, to launch projects, and to identify areas where we need to reinforce our efforts. We do have also a filter project, which I'm honored to be head of. And so we have this strategic view, and we implement and work a lot with other stakeholders. And in terms to describe the situation we live in, I want to come back to 2022 when the war started. And if you remember, media outlets were reporting that Ukraine would fall in a couple of days. But then a miracle happened, and we still keep on fighting almost 3 years. And the secret is also, of course, bravery of Ukrainian army, but also unity. Unity of Ukrainian people. And we do believe that media literacy helps us to maintain this unity, to avoid these divisions, to keep people believe in their country, to avoid them to fight over some small disputes, because Russia now tries to fuel disputes. And you also mentioned Telegram, and we do have this threat in Ukraine because Telegram is kind of a space where Russia spreads a lot of disinformation narratives and try to target our unity. So this is why we organize, in Ukraine, besides of our coordination efforts, besides of our policy efforts, we do organize a lot of all Ukrainian initiatives. And I want to mention just one of them. 2 weeks ago, we organized a national media literacy test, and over 60,000 people passed this test. So we went out of the bubble, of the professional bubble, and many ordinary Ukrainians are aware of the importance of critical thinking, of media literacy skills, and in a week we will have all Ukrainian lesson on media literacy, which we were preparing with public broadcaster. So we kind of try to keep people interested in this topic, keep people aware that we need to keep our unity, to trust, to believe in ourselves, to believe in our European integration path. And I think that as a state, as a non-governmental sector, we are putting a lot of efforts to this end. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ola. I will ask you a question that I thought about when Dr. Zaid was talking and when also Hania was talking. Great programs, great planning. How do you measure what works, what doesn't work? How do you measure success? Maybe you can give us examples about wow, we did this and it didn't work at all. We did this, it was fantastic. So if you can...
Okay, so it's a two-sided question. On one side, we do have in Ukraine media literacy index that is prepared each governmental organization, and now we have some numbers that helps us to understand what are our, let's say, points where we can work more, what are, let's say, weaknesses of Ukrainian society in terms of media literacy, and where the people are strong enough to handle all this information pressure. So this is important to us to look into this research and to understand what we can improve. The other thing, there is a European Media Literacy Index, and a few years ago, Ukraine didn't exist at all at this index. But after the establishment of Filter National Media Literacy Project, after we adopted strategy both on information security, on media literacy development, now Ukraine is doing best in the region. It succeeded Georgia, Romania, Armenia, and other countries. So we do have now this expertise, and that we are really very happy to share with other people. But coming back to your questions, because we have so different threats and like enemy's tactics are changing all the time. Of course, the general framework, how they target our information resilience is kind of same for decades, but tactics are different each year and they adopted to make us vulnerable. So because of that, it's difficult to say whether like how people adopt and learn, and it's difficult to measure how resilient they are.
I mean, hopefully the war will end sooner rather than later, and then we can do all the things about measuring, evaluation, and stuff like that. Some people will think now that we are moving away from war, we are moving to a speaker from a country where there is no raging conflict, but India is not only the second largest country in the world in terms of population. India itself was born in the middle of a very, very tragic conflict, murderous one really, that millions of people paid for in the 20th century, maybe one of the largest. And it has been always surrounded by wars and conflicts in South Asia, and it has its fair share, being over 1.3 billion people, its fair share of social tensions and conflicts and what have you. And with us to speak about that is Misty Sapluk. And Misty is a program manager at Data Leads. It's a large media and communication company, but she leads a specific program on media and information literacy, which is Factshala. That's India's largest media literacy initiative. And when we say India's largest, then most probably it is the world's largest media and information literacy program. To our first question, Misty. I mean, India is one of the largest markets for many social media platforms. I mean, I know that firsthand from my work with Meta Oversight Board. Definitely on Facebook, you are the largest market. Now, during all these conflicts that I just mentioned, or social tensions, and rumors, and misinformation, disinformation, etc., can you tell us a little bit more about the challenges in terms of scale and otherwise in India, and how does Factshala deal with them? Tell us about your programs and strategies.
Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. You introduced Factshala, so it's a media literacy in India's largest media literacy initiative. So where we worked with individuals and communities in the remotest part of a country to help them sift fake news from correct news and help them think critically and basically bring about a culture, a practice of ethical consumption of and sharing of information. Now, going to your point, absolutely right, India has faced unfair share of violence and crisis in the past, and it's continuing, and it's both from the external as well as the internal forces. But talking about the challenges on the misinformation front, I would like to put my weight on the fact that India is a diverse country. Not just in terms of population and the size and the geographies. I would like to tell you we have more than 120 languages, and we have 19,000, in fact more than 19,000 dialects. So it said when you walk even 100 kilometers in India, the language, clothes, food, everything changes in that geography. So technically, it's a beauty of our country. We are diverse, we have different cultures, different geography, but at the same time, it comes back as conflicting when it comes to spread of misinformation and fake news. Because of the presence of so many languages and so many dialects, everything is not contextual. So what is relevant for one community, one region might be different from another region. There's different food, there's different practices. In fact, there are different religious practices. So which come out conflicting and gives a rise of misinformation and fake news. So at any point of time, if we are creating any program, any awareness drive, any initiative, there cannot be one program which cuts across. It can never be like that. We always have to develop, customize, standardize the programs, the efforts, the initiative, basis particular communities, particular languages. And basis the amount of languages I told you, of course, we don't focus on 120 because there are 22 government official languages. So we dissect them basis their requirement. So if I talk about the region as well, if I'm working with the fishermen community in a coastal region, they are at the forefront of climate change misinformation. While at the same time, if I'm working with a community in the terrain or the tribal area of the northern part of the country, the misinformation problem or the fake news they're facing will be very different from the other sector of it. At the same time, when it comes to age groups, we cannot again cut across the same program because of course, the generation up till 18, 20 or 25 is facing a different set of problem versus our senior citizens above the age of 60 because they are carrying with them their own biases, their own beliefs and their own stereotypes. So of course, to hammer on that and work on that, we have to create customized approaches. That's one sector of it. And going back to your point that India is the largest market for social media platforms, I can 100% agree with that because we have more than 800 million active internet users in the country at present. And let me tell you, out of which 50%, that is over 400 million, are based in the rural region. Now, the only challenge is, it's a good thing that internet penetration took place in India because that gave space to a lot of job opportunities, entrepreneurial opportunities, a lot of tech platforms boomed with that, and of course, the employment boomed at the same time. But it's working as a double-edged sword as well because, like I said, the 50% of the internet penetration is in the rural region where the literacy rate is very low. So the habit of consuming information or even understanding the information ecosystem is very low in that case. So they're consuming the information consumption habits are not ethical or not standardized, I would say, in that places. That's why the internet penetration has worked good for us, but at the same time, it's giving a downfall with a lot of online scams that are coming into place. I don't know if you come across the news, there are a lot of online bank scam because in India, we use online internet for making payments, to shopping, to learning, attending colleges, to approximately everything, which is beautiful. But at the same time, a lot of people are misusing it because a first-time internet user, a first-time person who's got on a smartphone is not aware of the harms it can cause, how he or she can fall prey to it. So that's something a lot of people in the country are not aware. So yeah, I would say that's the major challenge to bring the first-time users to the forefront of creating awareness about misinformation and at the same time maintaining the diversity, the language difference, the cultural difference into consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Tay. But how can you reach to these communities or newcomers or even don't have really good digital access? Because I would bet that a lot of your programs are online or rely on online access to those people. I mean, this is a problem that faced, I think, by all these countries represented on the panel as well. Thank you.
That's a good question. I would like to say reaching out the masses is the biggest challenge we have taken up on ourselves because if you're not able to reach such a big country, every nook and corner of it, then it's not no, not worth. You can't just sit in a mainstream city and run a program. It's not worth it because, like I said, 50% of our active internet users are based in the rural and the remotest region of the country. So hence, we have multiple approaches for that. To begin with, of course, we have standard training program where actually we picked up 253 trainers from across India. They were cut across from all 28 states and 8 union territories, and we trained them. Now their job was to go out and conduct training programs in different communities, in different organizations in their region. Now who are these trainers? So these are community leaders, these are media educators, teachers. Basically, we identified people whom general communities trust upon. So if you want to listen to somebody, if you really want to listen to an advice, you would always listen to a learned person in your society, in your community. So we handpicked these specific influential people, and we trained them as our trainers who went out and conducted training programs. Now again, that's only a certain segment you can reach with physical training. I mean, you can go to a village, you can train 100, 200, 300, that's it, in a go. That's all a classroom can support. But now how do we diversify and reach out to the masses? So that's when we roped in with community radio programs. So India brought out a Community Radio Act in 2023, where different rural regions and NGOs and educational institutes were allowed to set up a community radio which goes up to a frequency of 25 to 30 kilometers. So each of these radio stations tied up with us, and we created a broadcast curriculum. Now the same curriculum which we teach in a classroom format, we converted it to a broadcast program where it was on air. A radio jockey would run a show where he'll be teaching on different tips and tricks on media literacy, fact checking, and the beauty is the person doesn't have to take out time from the regular schedule and attend these workshops. You could be driving, you could be working in your kitchen, you could be working at the farm area, or you could be sitting at the office. You just need to put on your headphone and you're attending a workshop. So it was that simple, and that's where we reached the major chunk of the population across. But that's not it. We have roped in a couple of ambassadors under our Factshala ambassador program, where we picked up influential news editors and news anchors. So we used the mileage of their social media platforms, and we asked them to create a curriculum, video series, betting upon the different languages that we have. So we picked up, for now, we've just started and we picked up only 4 languages where we created educational video series for communities, and then we're in a very simplified form. In a very simplified form where a common person can also understand, and they publish those videos on their platforms. And lastly, I would like to take, which is our biggest bet, is we use toolkit in every program. So if a person is attending a workshop, is listening to a broadcast program, or is a part of any of our initiative, he or she will leave the room with a toolkit. It's a quick one-hand pager, we call it a tip sheet, because I have learned something today, and I know it can make a great deal of impact to my family and friends if they get to know about it. How do I take it to them? So that's when they take back that toolkit to their friends and family, and they hold the discussions, showcase to them, and they spread the word on it.
Thank you very much, Misty. I had promised the panelists a second round of follow-up questions, but I just decided to change that now, because I was just told by Olivier, whom you just saw, that we are running, I mean, we have to finish maybe in 30 minutes. So I want to move to the audience first, and then I will come back to the panelists, and I will ask each of you one simple question, which is, what are the 3 main challenges that you are facing now, and what are the 3 main recommendations you have? These recommendations can be for your sector, for government, can be for the multilateral organizations like UNESCO, can be for the civil society. So it's, you choose. So, and you will have 2 minutes to do that, each of you. Now, I would like to move to the audience because I can see, I already see a lot of hands. Okay, so you can ask your question in English or in Arabic. I trust there will be mics somewhere for that, so the translators can do this. Please identify yourself. Please make it a question and not a comment. You can make a comment, but not a long one. And we will start from the gentleman who is there. Please. Do we have mics or? Okay, so can mics move? Or people move to the mic or?
شكرا صباح الخير السلام عليكم.
Thank you so very much. Thank you. Good morning and peace be upon you. I am Muhammad Mukhtar Muhammad. I'm from journalist from Sudan. I check information and I'm also Secretary General of the Sudanese Center for Information Literacy and Media Literacy. Honestly, of course, about today's lesson, of course, or lecture, it's really important. Mr. Faisal talked in a clear way when it comes to about media literacy during crises, and of course I benefited a lot from this, but I would like to add certain things that in Sudan there is a war ongoing. Since the first day of the war, unfortunately, it takes place in urban areas and cities, so we have a collapse now, a crash of media institutions since day one, and the people who filled the vacuum is of course social media and war rooms, media rooms. So of course misinformation now control the scene in Sudan since the first day and until this day, sorry. And I would like to raise to your attention the fact that during crises there would be a lot of pluralization, that in Sudan now we have pluralizations that affected a lot in conveying and communicating information, political pluralization, social pluralization. So those pluralizations unfortunately has of course transpired to media, also media institutions. So the issue now is that even countries with stability would face a lot of challenges when it comes to misinformation, let alone countries that have crises. Could you please go to this question, straight to the question? Okay, so we face this, of course, much more. So during crises, there must be interventions, as you know, by different actors that are interested in information and media literacy and information literacy, because information in itself could save lives. So to this day, we don't have interventions linked to when it comes to crises and wars. And I would like to talk also about pluralizations that would happen because of crises and wars. I would also like to add something else, and that is also algorithms of social media platforms would add, of course, a huge burden on us. The misinformation would, of course, be disseminated, would expand much wider and compared to real information. Could you please tell us a question? Of course, your comment is clear and your intervention is clear, so perfect. Okay. My question is, could we have design interventions for countries facing wars and conflicts when it comes to access to information? Thank you. I think this is also a question that UNESCO might be interested in. On the last row, okay.
Hello, my question, I am Tamar Ginzurashvili from Georgia. My question is to Olga. How you address cross-country disinformation, since we witness the dissemination of false content by hostile countries across globe, and you are dealing with different audiences and region-tailored harmful content. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Ola, just 1 second. I want to take like 4 or 5 questions if we have, and then we will come back to the panel. The gentleman here.
مرحبا.
Hello. I am Hamdallah Mubarak, a strategy advisor in Reading Point here in Jordan. I have a comment, just a comment, and that is about, of course, media and information literacy. if it's designed, if we have maybe curricula and those would be taught in schools and in universities and institutions, they might not give us the results, the right results, unless we of course make media literacy and information literacy part of each curriculum, even in mathematics subject. Let's say someone of course did like this rumor and this affected that, and what is the outcome. So of course in the material, in mathematics, in social studies, in Islamic science, should be embedded so that with time this could be embodied. Of course this culture would be comprehensive between all ministries, including that all ministries would have their own program. Thank you so very much. We have Isra on the first row and then Rawan. Thank you, Dr. Khalid. Honestly speaking, this is a question from two folds. The first one, through those discussions that we had throughout the first 2 days, there was an absence, of course, when it comes to talking about the image and video. When we talk about a crisis, or when we have a war ongoing, of course, the impetus of an image and video has played a great role, especially even when it comes to social cultures, the frustration, and even the way we can read the story from a perspective. So what is the context here? Let's say when we talk about civil society or organizations, the difference between content, because we have content, and AI of course has played its role, and now it's a tool to influence societies, communities, especially in those crises. But what is the difference between content and creating a context? It's different.
And it's a long story that it needs to come in a certain structure.
So what are, of course, the tools to have context through also reading again the video and the imagery that are for a lot of people are the first news actually. Now moving forward to Rawan, we need the microphone, second row. I am Rawan Al-Daman from Arij. This is really beautiful, of course, the panel, because talking about East Asia, Sudan, Palestine, Jordan. The question here, do we actually leverage from one another's experience? Let's say in India, we have misinformation issue whereby it, of course, turned into hate speech and murder. Also, Ukraine's war. Now, even the Arab world in Sudan, Palestine, Jordan, do we actually leverage those experiences, or do we all work in silos in different and separate islands?
All established protocols are duly and respectively observed. My name is Ali Abubakar Osagu. I'm an independent journalist from Nigeria. I have one question, especially about this country, Sudan, that are undergoing. Now we are in an era where content creators or position themselves as a journalist. So there are a lot of news that are happening. That's why we have issues around about the fake news and a lot of things. So now, how best do you think we can check facts, the news that are coming from those areas? Because there are a lot of people, anybody who find comfortable camera, just sit down, compose whatsoever he has an opinion, and sometimes if care is not taken, it will just go viral. So how can we check for those kind of information? Thank you very much.
The gentleman in the front here, لو سمحت في الأول. أنا هاخد سؤالين كمان.
Now I'm going to have 2 more questions.
شكرا. أنا السفير.
Thank you. I am Ambassador Dr. Muwafaq Al-Ajloni. My question is for the SG, His Excellency Dr. Zaid. In the Middle East, we are surrounded by crises all over, but we have, let's say, a style that is distinguished a little bit on how to deal with the reality of information. What is the advice that we can give to to fraternal countries and friendly countries that live in this reality. Thank you. Thank you. Now let's move on to that gentleman there.
صباح الخير للجميع.
Good morning, everyone. I am Hilmi Abu Atwan of Pielara, Palestine. I would like to emphasize about, of course, the media and information literacy, that it's really important, especially during crises and, of course, during, of course, calm times, because always misinformation would go viral, even if they are not linked to crises. My question is, as a civil society organization or civil society, we are working on media literacy. We, of course, work together. We always have also partnerships. Do you think that governments in our region can also support and stimulate one another to work on media and information literacy, just like other cases or issues they work on, the governments work on, like climate change and so much other issues? Thank you. I am trying to pay attention to gender balance. Now the lady in the back there, could you? Yes. You go. Okay. Peace be upon you. I am Aya of Jajarash University. My question is, what is the next step to protect journalism in Palestine? Because we saw how Shireen Abu Akleh was martyred in the occupied West Bank, and also the killing of Ismail Abu Ghul in Gaza. So we don't see protection for journalists or actual steps. We don't see any impact, of course, when it comes to supporting and helping and protecting journalists. Thank you. Last question now for the gentleman in the front. And apologies for the people who raised their hands, but we have, of course, the panelists who are with us. So, of course, keep your questions, and you can, of course, come and tell them about your questions. Thank you. Good morning. I am Dr. Faisal Sarhan, the local dean for the program of journalism in the Open Arab University in Jordan. When it comes to media literacy, you're talking about a wide and a big concept. I'm going straight to the question, and this is, of course, leveled to all the people on the stage and on the floor. Do you think that it's necessary to use new tools when it comes to media literacy and information literacy as to train people about the soft, let's say, diplomacy and protective diplomacy, and those are and we need them actually these days, especially in light of the circumstances, because things are changing. The theory is the global theory is changing from idealism to realism. Thank you. So many things. Of course, everyone understands that those 10 questions, we can't, of course, answer them all. So we are going to try our best. Some of those questions are not within the purview of the panelists. So, but what I'm going to do, I'm going to give a chance to, I'm going to give each panelist to panelists 2 minutes. There's a question to Ola, and I think it's important.
Or third countries, misinformation and disinformation. وهناك سؤال عن
And there is another question for Sudan, and there is a specific question to you, Dr. Zaid, but I'm going to start with I'm going to start with Misty.
Please, if each one of you give me a minute and a half, 2 minutes maximum, engaging with these questions that we heard, or some of them. Thank you. Misty.
Thank you. I would like to start with the last question actually, that we need the newer tools in place. I would like to say yes, absolutely. Like I said, when we followed the training format for training media literacy and information literacy, that does not suffice anymore, because we're facing a very multiple level of challenges when it comes to misinformation and fake news, and just simply telling people about critical thinking and biases alone will not help. So I would like to throw an example. Under Factshala, we created an innovation lab. It is an incubation hub So under which we partnered with 10 different organizations and we asked them to create technological and creative solutions to the problem of misinformation which target a certain sector or a certain community. So for example, if we are catering to a problem of online scams, all right, it's cutting across, but that's a one particular kind of problem. How do you deal with it? We have online guides which actually tell you about the psychological sensitization, that how do you fall into the trap, that how do you actually end up falling into that misinformation or fake messages that coming your way, and how you can stay safe on that. Second example is something around, we want to reach out to the younger audience, school-going children, or even younger, in 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th grade. So we've developed comic books and video games for them. So basically, you can't just make them sit and help them explain the thing. The whole conversation and concept might just go past them. So here, the whole thing is we want to engage with them at their level. Hence, we need more technological and more advanced tools in that space.
Thank you. And Ola, over to you.
Thank you. I wanted to reflect on the question about soft power, and it was also a question from the lady in the third row. I think that what is important about media literacy is that it actually can help us build bridges, because we do see that there are a lot of misinformation, for example, about the war of Russia's war against Ukraine in other countries, or about the war in Palestine, and there is a lot of misinformation in other countries, and people don't understand what actually going on. And when we have this general UNESCO framework as well, and when we develop media literacy, not just in our countries, but in this global context, we actually can build bridges between each other to understand each other and to avoid this misinformation on such a sensitive issue, on such tragic issues as wars and etc. Regarding the question from my Georgian colleague, I wanted to reflect that actually in Ukraine there are a lot of news about the regions itself and what is going on in Moldova, in Georgia, and people do know. And what I also heard a lot from my Georgian friends, colleagues, is that they do appreciate that people of Ukraine separate Georgian people and the government, and I think it's also a work of journalists, of NGOs, because people do distinguish. They do understand what is going on, and they are interested in it, and they do understand this shared challenges we are facing. And of course, Ukraine is more than happy, NGOs on the governmental level, on the level of NGOs, we are more than happy to share those experiences and those initiatives, to duplicate them in other countries. So thank you for your question and hope for further cooperation.
Thank you, Ola. صديق فيصل اعطينا إجابات للزميل الصحفي السوداني.
Faisal, give us answers for our colleague from Sudan and the others so that we may learn from each other's experiences. Go ahead, please.
شكرا جزيلا. التحديات.
Thank you very much. The challenges, a main challenge is working on protecting the safety and security of journalists, and we are close to November 2nd, the Global Day for Impunity for Crimes Against Journalists. So we must focus on protection, peace, and fighting impunity. The blood of Shirin Abu Akleh is still awaiting the investigation and accountability. And why aren't colleagues added from Ukraine, from Palestine, from many other countries in Africa in these bloody wars? So what is happening in Gaza? This needs investigation into the killing of journalists to ensure that they don't escape punishment. And they are not protected. There is a theory, news is not worth the life of journalists. But despite this, journalists leave this theory, and they do whatever they can to get to information, to get to the truth, to spread it to the public. The other thing is solidarity. We must work shoulder to shoulder, hand in hand, to protect journalists so that we can learn from the experiences and expertise of each other. And this learning, this knowledge is important, training is important, education is important, but willpower is also important. I am completely trusting in the journalists, male and female of Sudan. We will move forward despite these challenges, these difficulties that we face. We will move forward in accessing information, accessing the truth, because journalism is the profession of looking for truth. Final words. Let me say, we were before the December revolution. We, as journalists in the people, we had many difficulties ahead us and behind us. But after the war, April 15th, up until today, we now say we are faced behind us and ahead of us. There are difficulties of war, but still we will work for freedom, for justice, for enhancing human rights, for sensitive journalism that is sensitive towards crisis, towards human rights. And what is important is that we train ourselves and our colleagues on the conveying, humanizing human journalistic stories. Thank you very much. We saved us time. You answered my final question, so thank you for that. Dr. Hania, I owe you some time from the beginning, so please respond to the answers of the audience, and then we go back to answer the challenges. I'm glad you remembered. Now, on the issue of journalists, the young lady that asked about journalists, and you responded. Of course, you were great in the response. The issue didn't start with Shireen Abu Akleh and end with Ismail Al-Ghul. Dozens of journalism were directly targeted on purpose to silence truth. Nurses, hospitals, doctors were targeted. I'm sure you've all followed, and you know that Israel is a country that is above the law. Who holds them accountable? Who punishes them? Who supports them? As long as this is happening, unfortunately, more and more victims, more and more innocents will fall one day after the next, and Israel will continue with all of its oppression and joy, because our blood is a source of joy for the Israeli side. Let us always remember, I was eaten the day the white ox was eaten. The issue on, do we really learn from each other, or we're just sitting, we're coming to these wonderful rooms, good food, great hotels and beautiful clothing. No, there is learning. There is continued learning after the conclusion of these workshops. This is for those who want it. If you feel like you're sufficient, you're well educated, then you don't need to. But we notice many times in the civil society, we like to learn from each other. As for the governments, I find this is where the problem lies. The governments have the intent. They want to learn, but unfortunately, the burden of responsibility sometimes is huge in Palestine. Before Jordan, we were pioneers in integrating media and information literacy in the curricula. We, Pierna, Lara, we were proud wherever we go. We would raise these papers. We would say, look, our ministry adopted these things, embedded them in the curricula. We were proud and hopeful that this work would continue, but unfortunately, this didn't happen until today. So always the governments there needs to be political will, as was the case in Jordan. And another important recommendation is that there is sponsorship of this. UNESCO is sponsoring this issue of literacy awareness. In Palestine, we were enthusiastic about this, but ultimately everybody gave up. They got tired. I don't know what happened. There were other priorities, but unfortunately, this momentum subsided. The other thing that is important, and this is gets me to the question from you, Do we need new tools to promote literacy, media literacy? In my opinion, the new tools are wonderful, they're great, but unfortunately, always these innovative tools, creative tools, using the latest technology. We saw yesterday in the artificial intelligence session, we saw a robot that made the children not want to leave school. This small robot they interacted with, and they liked school more, and they started to want to come to school more. So this innovation, this technology is wonderful for these new generations. Let me tell you a story so that we can learn from it. During the World War II, Churchill was very concerned about chatter. You know, people in any crisis, the first lesson in venting is that you vent, you speak. So anybody who's going through a crisis, the first thing that they want to do is to find someone that they trust, and they start to vent, to like, I trusted you and I started to cry when I first started to talk to you. And that is why Churchill was very concerned about this chatter that they call, and he wasn't sure what to do because the Germans were spying, and this information by Muhammad to Ali, saying, yes, this person is hiding here, this person brought this and put it I don't know where. So this is very dangerous information. So Churchill thought about this, and he said, we need to do something about it. So he created this campaign, which he called Careless Talk, and he educated the people. He said, you can't chat, you can't exchange all of this talk. And unfortunately, this campaign failed. He followed it with another campaign that he called the silence columns, stay silent, and he also failed. And then this caricaturist came along called Cyril Kentberg. Cyril came and told Churchill, let us create these, draw these caricatures, and these caricatures in a funny way will educate people on the importance of caution and silence, because there are German spies everywhere. And that is what they did. They did 9 posters, 2 women, for example, in a bus chatting. Behind them, somebody is spying on them. So these images, these characters became so widespread, people started to print them on tissue boxes, on pillows, etc. So they had an impact, and now today we may resort to the simplest ways to educate, to spread information. And with this I will conclude. Sometimes in Gaza, among the most famous reference points for news for people in Gaza are 2 people. One called Abu Samir. Abu Samir is a nurse, and Abu Samir has this daily channel. Sometimes you're watching lives on the genocide, the blood, the killing, and then you open Abu Samir and he tells you what is happening. He educates you, but in a way that is so funny, and you feel like you want to go through social media and give him a hug. And at the same time, we have this young man, 17, also from Gaza, from Jabalia. He's called Aboud. I don't know if Aboud even finished his education. Aboud comes out with his fun, very close to the heart way. And he tells you about what's going on, and even Channel 13 in Israel did a report on Abu Samir, because Abu Samir really does make fun of Netanyahu. He calls him Nitin, which means this decrepit person. So he keeps saying, I'm targeted, be careful. And so introducing these tools that UNESCO and others focused on media literacy, we can look at using tools like art, like being funny, like music, like we have MIL cities, museums. We can use other tools to spread information. Thank you very much.
Dr.
Zaid, let's respond to the questions first, please, especially since there were questions. Soft diplomacy, governments can do work differently. Thank you. I believe the colleagues responded to the questions, but I'm going to comment on three questions very briefly. On the question of the ambassador on the recipe that he believes is appropriate for the countries that are suffering. I believe the issue is connected to transparency and clarity. If you don't have a story that is told transparently and at the same time, then you will definitely be a story for others. And this is what is happened. This is what happened in the Arab Spring. This silence on issues led to this big eruption in Arab Spring, and that's why you need to come out to people quickly, clearly, to tell the people what is happening and quickly. The other question to the colleague from Palestine who spoke about what is the effort of the governments, Arab governments. Jordan has experience that may be somewhat advanced in the region, perhaps not globally, but there is a recognition of its importance. A bill was submitted to the Arab League to be adopted and spread among the Arab countries, rolled out in the Arab countries. The challenge that we are facing is not just from users of social media. It is from the duality of standards by the companies that view this rhetoric as hate speech, whereas they look at other speech as something that falls within freedom. In this context, Jordan submitted this bill and it was adopted by the Arabs, which is negotiating with international companies, communication companies, to identify what are concepts of hate, what is misinformation, what is misleading information. And there needs to be a clear standard so that if the world views what was agreed upon to be called Islamophobia, and we are against this hate speech leaving our Arab world, but also, on the other hand, communication companies need to look at it from another angle. What is happening in this region, especially in Palestine, Lebanon, this hate speech, insightful speech, and we've come a long way in this regard. And there is, by the way, European experiences. Germany adopted a program, Australia adopted a program. They reached understandings with social media companies. This is an important government effort. Another comment, Dr. Faisal spoke about upgrading our tools. When we go back 20 years, our understanding of media literacy, media awareness is different because a lot of water flowed over 20 years in technology. AI warns us, or we cannot read what may happen in the future because of artificial intelligence, which may affect life itself. The other challenge, there are those who say there are positives. The influencers on social media who are sort of like an inspiration for a certain generation. So when an influencer has 20 million followers, he may publish some misinformation to age groups that are not aware and knowledgeable, and they may follow him or her. And so this is something that needs to be taken account. We need to keep up with the developments, keep up with the tools in terms of literacy and what is happening in the future. Thank you, Dr. Zaid.
Time allotted for this panel, but I would like to give 30 seconds to each panelist to say only what would you like the audience to leave this room with? One major challenge facing you, your work, or the issue we're talking about, and one major recommendation in 30 seconds so people can leave with one final message from each of you. One major challenge, one major recommendation. We'll start from left to right. Ms. T.
Thank you so much. I want to advise everybody two things actually. One, to develop more innovative approaches when it comes to media literacy. Think of different creative measures, think of different technological measures that you can take into place, bring into place, because it's no more a simple problem, it is a more diverse problem. It's affecting all phases of our life. And second thing, look out for more integrating partnerships. Look out for organizations wherever you're working who intersect at your work, who have more collaborative approaches, who work at the same space you are, because to address this problem, you need the right partners.
Ola, you have your 30 seconds, please.
I think that it's important to consider media literacy as a tool to bring bridges, to remember that freedom of speech, peace, information resilience is something not we can take for granted, and it's something we should work on every day. I think that we need to think about media literacy and this in this more international collaboration dimension and to work together.
Thank you very much. فيصل، ايه التحدي الرئيسي واقتراح واحد فقط.
Main challenge and one proposal. 30 seconds, please.
التعلم.
Learning.
مواصلة الجهود التي
Continuing the efforts that we exert, that we move forward with, will and knowledge. God prefers His people who are knowledgeable, awareness. I wanted to remind everyone that you are here, that you are interested in media literacy, information literacy, whose part of its role is to give space and a voice to the marginalized groups, the people who are oppressed. So my message is, look at your role to stop the war on Gaza. Thank you.
Thank you. I believe we are moving towards digital transformation ultimately, and if things remain as they are, so that digital tools remain a source of information, then I believe we will suffer. We will suffer a lot of problems in terms of misleading information and hate speech. So I think the recommendation is for the need to maintain a traditional journalism, to support the idea of digital transformation so that it remains a supporter of truth. Because paper journalism, at the very least, there is a matrix of standards and controls that determine the nature of its work. And the important recommendation to UNESCO, we thank it for this global effort to continue to arrive at a convention, international convention, to mandate all the countries to educate media, teach media awareness in all levels of schools and universities.
And apologize to them if I cut them every now and then for the sake of time. I would like to thank the audience and the translators in the back. Thank you all very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Khaled. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Khaled. شكرا للمتحدثين والخبراء. التجارب التي سمعناها اليوم. Thank you to your guest, Dr. Khaled. Thank you for this session.
I guess it was a very rich session with hearing all the perspectives. We've explored the critical importance navigating to the media landscape during times of crisis, of course. Before I leave you to the break, I would like to remind you about the game that you can play with JMI Mel Hunt application that you can scan.
With the young lady who can help you in the booth, and certainly we come back in 30 minutes to continue or conclude this conference.
اهلا دكتور، كيفك سيدي؟
سلامات كيفك؟ مرحبا. شو اخبارك؟
كيفك سيدي؟ يا مرحبا سيدي، كيف؟
حضورنا الكريم، معلش أنا بدي أسف إنه أطلب منكم العودة إلى مقاعدكم لاستكمال الجلسة الأخيرة. يعني للأسف لم نستطيع تعويض ما فقد من الاستراحة. سيكون هناك استراحة بالتأكيد من بعد ذلك. أرجو التكرم من الجميع بالعودة إلى مقاعدكم لاستكمال برنامجنا لهذا اليوم. Please, our esteemed guests, I would love to ask you, I appreciate actually, to go back to your seat so we can continue with our schedule for today with our last session. Thank you for your cooperation.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. Our presentation will begin shortly. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. Our presentation will begin shortly.
أهلا وسهلا. شكرا لتعاونكم جميعا ضيوفنا.
Thank you for your cooperation, our esteemed guests. Please, could you go back to your seats so that we can start our or relaunch our project or program?
إذن بتمنى من الجميع الجلوس.
Could you please go and take a seat? If you could please take a seat.
شكرا لكم.
Thank you.
So let's move along to the final plenary session of this conference. We will discuss media and information literate cities building bridges to empower lifelong learners. Importantly, this session will introduce for the first time UNESCO's new guidelines on MEL cities. مرحبا بكم مرة أخرى جميعا.
Hello once again.
شكرا للجميع وشكرا
Thank you so very much. Thank you for your cooperation. Could you please take a seat? We will start in a few seconds. We are going to start with our final session. Thank you.
صاحبة السمو الملكي الأميرة ريم علي. Her Royal Highness Princess Reem Ali. Thank you. It's good to have you, Princess, again in the second day. So let's move along to the final plenary session of this conference. We will discuss media and information literate cities, building bridges to empower lifelong learners. Importantly, the session will introduce for the first time UNESCO's new guidelines on MEL cities. مرحبا بكم في هذا اليوم. أرحب بكم جميعا مرة أخرى.
I welcome you all once again. We will continue our sessions with the final session of this conference, which will discuss media cities, building bridges to enable lifelong learners. It is important to remind that this session is submitted for the first time and will provide the new guiding principles for UNESCO on MIL cities.
Please welcome our moderator, Mr. Alexander Lovrici Sayad. He's a journalist, educator, author of the upcoming UNESCO's guideline on MEL cities. Please take the stage. Thank you.
Hello, good morning, everyone. I have the duty to keep this last panel interesting, not boring, stimulating to all of you. It's been 2 incredible days and I need to keep this energy up. Okay, I'll do my best. And I know the speakers will do better than me. We are talking now about an issue that is very important to media and information literacy. In a sense, we are going back to the roots of education, looking to the communities, the community-based education, which is very important in a way of, we are living in an age of digitalization, AI, and a lot of different digital transformation, to look back and look to the communities, look back to the cities. So, to warm up our discussion, we have a short video that I will ask to play, and then I will introduce our panelists, okay? Am I right?
Have you ever found yourself feeling lost in a city or overwhelmed with information? Media and Information Literacy, MIL, serves as your compass, guiding you through digital and physical information superhighways. It equips you with critical thinking skills to access, evaluate, create, and share information wisely. Now, imagine a city where not only the schools, but also media, transportation, healthcare, commercial centers, entertainment, and community spaces become avenues for media and information literacy learning. The vision of an MIL city. Informational learning for everyone, everywhere, including marginalized groups. UNESCO launched the operational guidelines Constructing UNESCO Media and Information Literacy Cities to integrate media and information literacy learning into physical and virtual spaces. This initiative empowers citizens to combat disinformation, hate speech, social exclusion, and the challenges posed by AI. In MIL cities, residents navigate the information spaces with greater freedom, discernment, and safety. UNESCO calls on stakeholders to use these guidelines to transform communities into MIL cities. Share your journey with the world.
So I think we must believe in one thing to start our discussion here. It's an old quote from an African old quote. There is no reference by time, but I know all of you know that it takes a village to raise a child. Yeah, it takes a village to raise a child. It's an old quote, but it's worthy until nowadays. And that we are talking about, even with digitalization, even with social media, it takes a village. Could be a digital village too. A digital and a physical village to raise a child. So let's start. I will introduce our panelists. Please welcome Her Royal Highness the Princess Rim Ali, founder of Jordan Media Institute and president of Anna Lindh Foundation. Thank you very much. Thank you. My pleasure. My pleasure. Nice to meet you too, please. We have also His Excellency Dr. Youssef Al-Sharabi. I hope I pronounced it well, the mayor of Amman. Sorry, sometimes in Arabic words I cannot pronounce it very well. I apologize. Is it okay? Was it okay? Welcome. Thank you very much. Thank you. This is very important. We have an urbanist here with us, which I think plays an important role, the urbanist in this matter. Ms. Dima Abu Tiab, head of the Jordan Program Office of the UN Habitats. Thank you so much. And last but not least, an MIL specialist from Kenya, Africa, Mr. Wallace Gishons. Welcome, Wallace. I thought I would be the first one to show this to you, but the video has already shown. Yeah, we are launching this operation guidelines. UNESCO is launching this operation guidelines, constructing UNESCO media and information literacy cities. You can from now on download it in 3 different languages from the UNESCO website, and we have some printed versions too. So it's interesting, if you take a look at the UNESCO resources on media and information literacy online, of course you have the curriculum. That's the core part when we think about media and information literacy, because we need to have media and information literacy within the schools, within the curriculum, which is the main part. We have the MOOCs, the podcast MOOCs, there for teachers training, for advocates training on media and information literacy, even for parental education for the families, which is very important. But I think this strategy, this resource, plays a special role in media and information literacy because it tackles and it touches the city itself. It's a way to merge formal, informal, and non-formal education in an urban platform or in a city platform. I said a new urban platform because according to the UN, 70% of the population are living in urban areas. I'm looking to Zima to check it out. In Jordan, 90%. But we can consider mill cities as a metaphor to rural areas too, and to small communities. It's not a matter of only big cities or urban conglomerates. Not. It's for small towns, rural areas, and communities too. And community itself is playing a strong role in education since the beginning of time. Actually, the community education precedes the school. The school is quite a recent invention if you think about time. We learn through the village, through the knowledge of the elder people, the wisdom of the elder people. I was talking to Mr. Wallace Gishon. The knowledge of the elder people in Africa is still strong in the communities to keep the tradition alive among all the modernity, the contemporary things. I could say the same for the tribes in South America. So if we think about public policies that can underline the importance of the city in our learning process, it will be very important. Somehow UNESCO already does it with the city networks that it incubates. There are several city networks that UNESCO it's stimulating, but now we have this urban cities, urban environments focus on media and information literacy. If you think about the Greek ancients, and I like to think about it, they learn walking through the cities with someone indicating things that they need to do in the theater, in the agora, which was a public space for debate politics. Yes, in the gymnasium for sports and everything. We're going back to look to this arrangement, these local arrangements as a public policy to empower people through the cities to be more media and information literate, to enjoy the full citizenship. This is the main idea of the guidelines. I invite you, all of you to download it. It's very, I altered with UNESCO. UNESCO asked me to do that, and we did it together in a very simple language. It's not so technical. Of course, it's technical in its issue, but it's not technical in its language. It's easy reading. It's easy reading and everything. So I will start here our debate. We have a little bit less time than the other panels, but I think it's going to be good for everyone here. Your Royalness, Princess Rim Ali, I've been to your wonderful Jordan Media Institute in the pre-conference with the Dean Mirna. When I was there 2 days ago, I realized that that was something, a seed for an MIL city, because the Media Institute is not encastled in a building. I saw relation with the community all the time. The students coming out and in and producing things related to the community. I'd like to ask you, just for a start, how do you think, from your experience, what aspects of this initiative will resonate with media and information literacy, and why do you think this is an important strategy also, the media and information literacy cities for MIL and for citizenship? Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, and first of all, really congratulations to UNESCO for launching this, these guidelines on media and information literacy cities. It's extremely well presented and very clear, so I think a lot of people will be able to benefit from that. I'm very grateful that you took the time to visit the Jordan Media Institute, and of course I think for me as a media educator, definitely what resonates most with me is the education part, the curriculum. We worked very hard now with the support of UNESCO actually since 2016 to develop media literacy in Jordan and to integrate it in the curriculum, which I think we are the first Arab country to do so. It's, as you mentioned, it's about making media literacy accessible, and I think that's why the concept of a media and information literacy city is a city that speaks to you and that really engages with you and that offers you various opportunities at different levels, no matter your age, no matter your profession, no matter your background, to be able to have access to that knowledge and that understanding, or that which is of course crucial. I mean, we mentioned it yesterday, it came up a couple of times, of really media literacy is the new literacy today. But now we're dealing still with generations. At my age, for example, I'm still learning a lot of things. You know, some young people probably now have this inbuilt, and they will, as the more we integrate curricula into their schooling, the more they will sort of grow up having that literacy. But for us, we're still sort of learning. So as you say, the importance of informal education, non-formal education, and that's what also cities can provide, in addition to, of course, making sure that the schools integrate this. If you remember, and I don't want to, you know, oversimplify, but if you remember maybe, I don't know, when you were kids, you had a policeman who would come to the school and teach you, this is how you cross the road, this is how you're safe. Well, this is how we keep our society safe. This is how we keep our society respectful of one another. This is how we live together with the rich diversity that that cities have, and that cities increasingly have all over the world. There's going to be movement, and that's extremely important. So focusing on disseminating media and information literacy, a city that speaks to you all the time and reminds you of the values, the tenets, the importance of media literacy, I think is something, I mean, it's a beautiful revolutionary idea, but one that I think will really, really bear its fruits. I don't know if that answers your question.
Of course.
Sorry, can I just mention the accessibility of the building is one thing, but I don't know if you saw the bus. So there's also a bus that goes around and teaches media literacy to areas that are not. So that's also a part of the concept. Sorry.
No, the buzz itself, I think it's a concrete example what a media information literacy cities could mean, because it connects the dots.
Exactly. And it's really, again, it's the city speaking to you and bringing this knowledge to you.
Yes. Thank you so much. And you know, I was trying to give you practical examples of media city that's already started to be implemented. So I received yesterday a city from Argentina called Concord. They are implementing libraries and book clubs within the schools, making a network of book clubs and the public schools. This is one quite simple example how you start with an MIL city. Connecting libraries to, sometimes it's quite obvious, for example, for the US to connect a library to a school, but in Latin America it's not so clear that you must connect museums, archives, libraries, and other equipments from the city to the schools. This is very important. And so Argentina is doing a good step on that. I'll move to your Excellency the Mayor, Dr. Youssef. In Amman, I know there are a lot of challenges here. We were talking about this before, but I've heard from a lot of different people that you've been doing an amazing job here. And I want to know, how can you see, I know that you offered, you think about Amman, one of the first media and information literacy cities to be, and I want you to tell us why do you think it's so feasible to implement an MIL city here in Amman. Thank you so much.
شكرا أليكس. يعني بالبداية أنا فخور أنه هذا المؤتمر الذي يعقد في المنطقة بالأردن وبمدينة عمان، أن تستضيف عمان هذا المؤتمر النوعي والريادي بالتأكيد يشكل بالنسبة لنا مصدر فخر واعتزاز. شكرا سمو الأمير على جهودك، وشكرا للحكومة أيضا ممثلة بمعالي وزير الاتصال الحكومي على هذه الجهود الرائعة لاستضافة هذا المؤتمر وبهذه الظروف تحديدا. بالتأكيد المدن لها دور أساسي واستراتيجي في كل ما يتعلق بحياة السكان، وعندما نتحدث عن المدن الريادية وما هي المدن الريادية ومتى تصل المدن إلى مستوى الريادة الإعلامية أو الثقافة الإعلامية للمجتمع، لابد من وجود بنية تحتية حتى تكون هذه المدن قابلة لأن تصبح مدينة بوصف الريادة الإعلامية، بوصف سكانها بالمجتمع المثقف إعلاميا. عمان ممثلة بأمانة عمان التي تعمل إدارة المدينة، لديها بنية تحتية قوية تمثلت بالبنية التحتية الإلكترونية أولا من خلال تحويل منظومتها إلى منظومة إلكترونية من خلال تقديم خدماتها لسكان المدينة، وتعمل على تطوير هذه المدينة بالمرحلة التالية إلى مدينة رقمية وصولا إلى المدينة الذكية. كل هذا ينعكس على سكان المدينة ويحقق أكثر من هدف. أولا سهولة التواصل ما بين المؤسسة والسكان، وأيضا دقة المعلومة التي يحصل عليها المواطن أو متلقي الخدمة أو كل من يبحث عن هذه المعلومة. أنا لا أتحدث عن الجانب الإعلامي ولست متخصصا بالجانب الإعلامي، ولكن نتحدث عن ثقافة الوصول إلى المعلومة الحقيقية والدقيقة بعيدا عن التضليل وبعيدا عن تبني معلومات غير صحيحة أو لمواجهة خطاب الكراهية بالمجتمعات. للمدن دور في ذلك، دور رئيسي. في أمانة عمان مقسمة إلى 22 منطقة. في هذه المناطق العشرات من المراكز الثقافية والشبابية والمكتبات ومراكز تكنولوجيا المعلومات والمرافق العامة والتي
technology centers where we communicate with the local community and we convene courses directed at educating communities, women, children, seniors, also migrants, refugees, regardless of their legal standing, in order to elevate the level of awareness within these cities. Also, the website for GAM and social media channels enable citizens to communicate directly with Greater Amman municipality and arrive at correct information directly to ensure there is no ambiguity or misinformation or misguidedness. So we're launching a platform called Amman is Listening. This platform is very important and represents a form of cooperation or interaction with society to fulfill the needs of the population of the city. The more we simplify communication and the more we communicate right information, the more we prepare the people of the city mentally, then we avoid hate speech and we elevate the level of awareness of the population regardless of their ages or their groups or levels, educational levels. We have dozens of programs directed at the population. We're very proud of the project to transform Amman into a smart city. This system also helps significantly in raising the awareness of the population on many aspects to arrive at the correct and accurate information, and certainly the Jordanian society is a society that is educated, aware, but when society is faced with misguiding, inaccurate news at accelerated rates, this is a challenge. The time between real information and misguiding information, always negative information is what is more widespread, and therefore to handle it requires a bigger effort. You become in a position of defense, which requires much greater effort. The point here is that the recipient of the information must be aware and must be able to differentiate between correct information and misguided information or misinformation. Our slogan, as is adopted by many in the countries around the world, empowering cities. Empowering cities is empowering communities, societies, and it is an empowerment of the citizen himself. And this is what we attain.
You have just done a good translation of media and information literacy city. This is a good translation. Thank you so much. When we think about digitalization or digital transformations, sometimes we don't think about the human factor behind it. Looks like a technical issue to digitalize a society. But I think with the media and information literacy initiatives, we can look to the human factor, to the human.
Actually, this is what puts the human back into digital and reminds us, by the way, that we're still in charge. It's not a...
It's a human center.
It's a human, exactly.
It's a human center process.
Exactly.
But it's not naturally a human centered process. You need to remind people that we need to bring the human back. Even for AI systems, we need to remind to make it a human centered process. Yes, and I would like to quote Edgar Morin, which is a very important educator in France, 103 years old this year or two, I'm not sure, and a very important person for UNESCO too. And he used to say that complexity from the maths are a characteristic of our time. And I'll bring up an idea from the last session here that disinformation is composed by layers and layers of complexity and challenges things. So we cannot address this information only with one solution. This is important for us to merge informal, formal, and non-formal education in one platform.
And I think the mill cities can do that properly. Thank you so much. I'm glad to have an urbanist, as I said, here among us from the UN Habitat. Thank you so much to be with us, because I think, Dima, I remember Richard Saul Wurman from the US, one of the TEDx creator of this model, TEDx, was an urbanist, an architect, and he became one of the most prominent communication scholars of the United States. I think architects and urbanists are connected to information somehow. They need to organize that thing as you organize the city, as you bring up to people. So thank you so much. I'd like to ask you, talking about people-centered process, when we think about a people-centered smart cities program in UN Habitat, focus on developing technology, in which way the MIL cities and this project can promote sustainability, inclusivity, and human rights? I mean, how do you see the intersection between this initiative and the UNESCO Mill Cities initiative? Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Alexander, Your Royal Highness, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great pleasure to be with you today and represent UN Habitat in this global conference. But before I answer your question, Alexander, let me take this opportunity to remind ourselves and our esteemed guests that today is the World Cities Day. So as we discuss cities, we're celebrating today. UN Habitat usually on the 31st of October each year celebrates what is called a World Cities Day, because cities are very important and they play important role actually in implementing sustainable development agenda. So the theme of this year is focusing on youth, young population, so youth climate change maker, catalyzing land actions for urban sustainabilities. This theme highlights the importance of empowering and engaging young population in the way that they design and shape the urban environment in our cities. So just to mention this important event today. Definitely, there's a lot of synergies and complementarities between the MEL media literate cities and UN Habitat flagship program, which is people-centered smart cities approach. Both actually shared the same goal, which is alignment with the Sustainable Development Agenda in the first place. And the second issue is that both actually initiatives are putting people and vulnerable population and groups in the center of digital transformation. So empowering local communities, emphasizing on participatory approaches. Her Royal Highness mentioned a very nice concept, which is the city should speak to people. In this regard, I would like to mention that we need also to give local communities and residents of cities also the ability to communicate to the city leaders, to communicate to the local authorities, to be able to voice their needs and requirements. Because in the first place, whenever we design at UN Habitat a program or public spaces, by the way, UN Habitat is one of the UN agencies responsible for SDG number 9, which is about sustainable, resilient, inclusive cities. So inclusivity is a main concept in our work. And usually when we start any project, actually, we go to the local communities, we go to the refugees, we go to the vulnerable population, and try to understand actually their needs and requirements, and try to reflect this in the way that we design our projects. We promote the concept of bottom-up planning. And in this regard, I would like also to highlight the important initiative that Greater Municipality right now is doing, which is mainstreaming public participation, which is called in Arabic al-Musharaka al-Mujtama'iyya, in the first urban planning bylaw that the city of Amman is developing right now. And it's going to be like a milestone in the history of urban development in Jordan, because the country has been actually operating without having a framework on urban planning. So I believe by integrating the MEL media literate cities guidelines with the smart cities guideline that UN Habitat actually is following, we will be able to raise awareness of residents and build their capacities to better understand and utilize technology to advance their rights and also to advocate for their needs and be engaged in an effective way in the urban governance frameworks and also in the decision-making process that local authorities and municipalities is leading in the design of our cities. So we've leveraged a couple of technological tools, such as, I can give some solid examples, if you allow me, Alexander. In the way that we design our public spaces, الحدائق العامة, we usually go to people and try to engage them in designing and implementing these public spaces. And then this should apply to all our urban development projects. So people should be engaged in the design, implementation, and most importantly, in evaluating and monitoring these projects on the long run. So we engage them through a video game called Minecraft, and we build their capacity to use this simple technological tool in order to understand their needs and requirements. And they, by the end of this process, they reflected their needs, they built the models that they would like to see, and shape the way that they design their public spaces. And then we implemented this in a participatory approach with the local communities. So in summary, I believe that both actually guidelines can work together, and by integrating the media literate guidelines in the smart cities strategy, we will be able actually to build more resilient and inclusive cities. Thank you.
Thank you, Dima. In this guideline, we try to connect the MIL cities with other network cities, UNESCO cities network that we have, like creative cities. For example, I'll give an example from Santos, São Paulo. It's a seaside, a small seaside city in Brazil, in the state of São Paulo. They are a UNESCO creative city. And they usually do an open fair of knowledge, what they call, in a common space, in a boulevard, yeah, where the people exchange knowledge in that space twice a year. This is a good opportunity to start the process on media and information literacy city, because they started to involve the public broadcast company in that, bringing the public broadcast company to the square to dialogue with the people, to empower people how to make a podcast, how to make a short program, a digital short program. So everything. Sorry to give you my back to this part of the auditorium because I need to turn here, and sorry about this. So it makes all the sense to connect, I think, the MIL city to other city networks of UNESCO or UN Habitat, as you said. Thank you so much. Wallace, I started mentioning an African quote here. I spent 10 years of my life trying to find the origin of this quote, and I couldn't done it because the date because it's so antique, it's so ancient, and at the same time it's so true. Yeah, it works so properly, and you've been leading this movement of the MIL cities in the African continent. We've been involved also in the AI transparent movement for Africa too. So I'd like to ask you, because we've been involved, just for you to know, the seed of the MIL city started in UNESCO in 2018 in the Global MIL Week, the same Global MIL Week, but it was in Lithuania and Latvia. It was in the Baltic countries. So it's like from 2018 till now, it's almost 7 years, 8 years of this concept growing, and you were since the first beginning. Like to, if you can explain in simple words for someone who have never heard about it since you were the first beginning, what a MIL city is or can be, and if you give some African examples too, it'd be fine.
Thank you so much. It's a great privilege to be here today with this icing on the cake on the MIL cities. Thank you, Alexander. You took the ones from my mouth that, yes, the MIL cities concept was first, it was conceived in Lithuania and Latvia during a similar event. And it has been in the oven, and I think after those years now, it has come to what we have today as the guidelines. So basically, Mill Cities is getting out of the buildings, the infrastructure, physicals, to where the people are. It's taking the media and information message to where the people are and using non-traditional methods to embed the media learning. In this case, we are talking about not just the school system, but also the administrations of the cities, but also those other areas where communities engage, and you'll find a lot of people doing about their business. So the media information literacy cities, as has been said by previous speakers, is about getting to where the people are with the media information literacy message. Initially, there have been other initiatives targeting cities, and media literacy being competencies to navigate the media world, and the city being the preferred habitat of the modern citizen, then it means that that is where we need to take the message if we have to achieve the goal of media and information literacy by all and for all. Thank you so much. Sorry, I think when you talk about African examples, yes, there are quite a number of African examples that have come up. One thing about Africa is that the Global Alliance for Partnerships on Media and Information Literacy was born in Africa, and we have had the privilege of hosting two major events like this one. So I would imagine, because I would give the first example, not from Africa, but Amman, Jordan, this very beautiful city, is now a media and information literacy city. In Africa, those cities that have hosted a number of initiatives on media and information literacy and catalyzed a lot of collaborations between civil society, academia, and even community initiatives, even at the lower level, including student movements. I have an example of Nigeria. Nigeria is, even you find a lot of delegations from Nigeria, they have run away with the concept of media and information literacy in such an admirable way. So Nigeria, the state of Abuja and Lagos, there are quite a number of initiatives that make those cities media and information literacy cities. When we go to a city like Senegal, I think Dakar in Senegal. Dakar in Senegal has started an initiative on indicator number 12 on environmental sustainability, which is coordinated within the Mill Cities initiative. And another city I would want to mention is my own city, Nairobi. Although we have not formally engaged with UNESCO on the Mill City initiative, a number of things are happening there. Collaborations between various actors in the media and information literacy space. I would want to mention like media. The media, of course, we know traditional media is having a hit given the proliferation of the new media, including social media. So the media space, the media companies going to the dwindling revenues and even getting rid of some of the stuff, they are trying to forge partnerships, especially with the education institutions in what they call the newspapers for education, or newspapers in education, whereby students and there are collaborations between schools and the media companies, and where they supply the newspapers and they do various types of analysis, media analysis, using what is produced by those media, including their electronic outlets. So those are some of the examples I can give off the head, and thank you so much.
Thanks, Wallace. This is curious. We have, sometimes it's easy to think about an MIL city connecting the traditional actors of education, like schools, libraries, museums, as I said, but we have listed here some unorthodox actors too that we can use to build up a Mill city. For example, the public transportation, the public health system,
and other systems that we can arrange, making local arrangements to improve MIL in cities. I'll give two examples. The importance of the electronic billboards, as Wallace said, for São Paulo, to debunk misinformation during the pandemic. They use the outlets and the sound message from the tube, from the underground, to debunk false information on COVID-19. It was really, really important. And within this complexity of this world that we are living in, we have parts of the world that are more connected to mass media until now, not so AI and digital media. So, for example, the rainforest, the Amazon in Brazil, most of the small villages and people that live there, they acquire information through radio until now, through radio. So we have projects that they promote, they create youth radio programs, and they broadcast through the boats from village to other village, because they don't have connection via an antenna or something like this. This is an important thing that we can use unorthodox actors to promote MIL within the city, which partnership is a key word. Partnership is the key word for a new city. We need to partner and work and collaboration to collaborate together. So I go for a second round of debate here, and then we have a short time for the audience to participate, okay? So Your Royal Highness Princess Rim Ali, now that we have clear understanding, at least the goals, I don't know if the entire thing, but at least the goals of the new cities, what do you think could be the first step for a city to begin this journey? I mean, in terms of local authorities, what's to prioritize or something like this?
Well, I don't want to overstep my, because the mayor of my city is here, and I will allow him the opportunity
he can
to
compliment you.
Exactly. In my humble opinion, I do think, you were looking at different spaces, and I think it's maybe looking at it through a certain lens of what the outcome is that we want to see. Of course, again, I come back to, for me, any form of training or messaging. You mentioned public transport. As somebody who's also involved in film, cinemas and libraries. These are spaces that are feared, within cities. It is feared that these are spaces that are less attended, that people, the young generation, but actually these are wonderful opportunities to rehabilitate them by making them, in addition to what they already are, spaces for understanding media literacy, spaces which make them spaces for dialogue. As an Alin Foundation president, I also am very concerned about dialogue and making sure that, we promote anything that will avoid or prevent polarization. And so these are really great opportunities. There are some cities that have fab labs. I was in Ljubljana recently. They have a very beautiful fab lab. We have one in the north in Irbid here. These are spaces that are attended by people and really offer opportunities. I don't want to compliment, but I think it's really making use of what is already, not all cities will have budgets to implement everything immediately. And so using what already exists, I would say, it would be. But again, with the spirit of making sure that we're enforcing dialogue, a shared responsibility, and equality of access is extremely important. And if I may, we were talking about Africa. I've also been privileged enough to work a lot with the Ubuntu Academy. And cities are really, again, par excellence, these spaces where you cannot live alone, where you are connected to the other, and what happens to the other affects you. So reinforcing these messages as well, this is what media literacy does. It reminds us that I'm not alone communicating. I have to take into account my community, and I have to take into account how this affects people around me and make sure that what I put out is accurate. So I don't know, if that answers, but that's my initial...
That's really, it's good. But I have a specific question for Your Excellency the Mayor too. I'll not leave you out of this, but I like just to address that sometimes when we talk about an MIL city, it's not something that we need to create from the scratch, as you said, or something that it's huge or fabulous. there are small ideas that already, using the equipment that already exists, that can start a process of being an education in a mill city. So we are not talking about, we know the strength, the problem of the budgets for the public budget for all around the world. So we are talking about actions that the schools can start, the libraries can start, the museums can start. And I must say, most of the national, successful policies in the world started within the local level. Started within the city and then became a national policy because it worked within the community in the city. So for the ideal world, we have budget, we have funds, we have a law, and we have capacity building to have the entire structure of a public policy. But the thing is, the story shows that never starts like this. This is the ideal scenario. Sometimes we start with capacity building, not so much funds and no law. And then you advocate for the law and you have more funds and you can go to capacity building. So it's a way to start. I think it's very well explained by you. Thank you so much. Your Excellency, Dr. Youssef, I think one strong point for the mayors, only in Brazil we have 3,500 mayors. Okay, are the networks of the mayors' networks when they exchange experiences, they can exchange good practices, and we have a plan. UNESCO has a plan for a middle term to create a network of mill cities. But how do you think? First, how do you think that the network of mayors can improve this experience? And the second thing, in Jordan. Beyond Amman, do you recognize other cities that you can realize there is something there that can start up a process of mill city?
شكرا. بدي ارجع للمربع الاول، انه كلما مكنا المدن كلما مكنا المجتمعات. لذلك سأجيب بتراتبية أنه أمانة عمان لديها خطة استراتيجية لمدة 5 سنوات تضمنت مشاريع واضحة. هذه الخطة الاستراتيجية على المستوى المحلي تتفق تماما مع الخطة الوطنية التي تطلقها الحكومة، وبالتالي الأهداف المحلية تتفق مع الأهداف الوطنية على المستوى الوطني، وأيضا تتفق مع أهداف التنمية المستدامة العالمية الSDGs. لأنه أمانة عمان هي مؤسسة، مدينة عمان هي مدينة لا تعيش في جزيرة منعزلة وبالتالي لا تنفصل عن محيطها. بدأت بذلك حتى أسلط الضوء على أنه مدينة عمان أول مدينة عربية تقدم تقريرها الطوعي لتوطين أهداف التنمية المستدامة العالمية بالأمم المتحدة.
Development goals to the UN, and so this is an entry, a main entry actually to adopt the media and information literacy as part, of course, of the sustainable development goals. And not to say that Amman is the only country, of course, to submit this report, but Jordan is the first country in the world that provides this local and national report in the same session at the UN, and that was an international model to emphasize and to say about the complete harmony between local administrations and the central government in achieving national strategies and plans that would, of course, support the entire society, and our commitment to, of course, adopt the sustainable development goals. This is the thing that is really important for us, so that we can employ our infrastructure, technical infrastructure, human infrastructure in Amman to serve and to implement this program. And of course, as I had said, of course, at the start of this discussion session, we have, of course, a strong technological infrastructure that we are working always to develop. We have a strong network with the people of the city, with the population of the city, and also you discussed, of course, using the spaces, or let's say social media platforms to, of course, educate people about media literacy. We, of course, we do this in Amman. We have, of course, we do this through, of course, the public transport that is owned by the government, by the Greater Amman municipality. Those buses we have, of course, are equipped with screens, and we can, of course, use those screens to communicate certain messages. In Amman, we have a lot of billboards and the screen boards, the electronic screens or boards, as we call them, and of course. And we also have, of course, time margin, so of course communicate certain messages to the people of the city. So we use those screens to communicate certain messages to the people. Of course, to raise their awareness and to educate them about media. And also we use whatever means was possible, using, of course, social media platforms, using, of course, the Hawa Amman radio station that is specific to the city, or using other platforms, of course, that belong to the Greater Amman municipality. Also, we have a specialized team, a trained team in the Greater Amman municipality that can, of course, formulate media plans and strategies, and can, of course, put in place ideas that we would like to communicate. And of course, we have KPIs to make sure that those messages are communicated in the right way and have affected, and of course, had made the right effect. But also, when it comes to our partnerships with other cities, we have partnerships, great partnerships with, of course, on Arab level and regional level and international level. On the Arab level, of course, through the Arab cities organization. Through this organization, the Greater Amman municipality, of course, hosts the Smart Cities Symposium and or conference, and that is in Amman. And this conference, and of course, the Director General, of course, or the Executive Director, of course, is here present with us. This provides, of course, courses about IT to more than 550 Arab municipalities, and we take pride in this in both Asia and Africa. And we have partnerships with international organizations like EC40 and LMMC, and many more, actually, of course. And also, in addition to UN organizations, different organizations and agencies like UNDP, UNESCO, so this strong partnership, this strong network actually is spreading across the world, enables us to, of course, share expertise and to deliver and communicate our messages. What is the city that we would say that is equipped to, of course, media literacy? I think all cities have the infrastructure and they can communicate with the people, but cities need to, of course, first believe in media literacy and to start on having, of course, an action plan. All cities can actually do this, of course, to adopt this, of course.
Thank you. His Excellency, we have here, it's very important what you said, because the first round of questions you touched the matter of the transparency and accountability as a mayor. Yeah, and now you bring to us the matter of doing things and planning things in the main plan of the city. And in the guideline, you're going to check that we have 10 layers. We're developing 10 layers of how to implement, how to become an MIL city in 10 layers. When we touch education, we cannot do one thing because we cannot do one thing because we haven't done other before. In education, we need to start doing whatever we have. So we do not need to follow the 10 layers in a row, but we need to start with some of them. But here we have the layer 6. It's important because it's integrate the MIL city's action with the e-government tools and for transparency and accountability. It's just what you said. And when we think about the layer 8, yes, provide tools and resources that we have just mentioned. Yes. I will give, it's a kind of, I'm making a thriller because I'm going to give you just at the end of the session because I need to launch officially. I'm keeping 4, I don't have mine, but I have 4 you here, one of each one of you. And dear Miss Dima, there's one layer too that addresses equality, address the battle against the gaps that we have in the city. Could be education gap, gender gaps, accessibility gaps. Of course, if you ask me what's the main thing that we need to start, free access, wide broadband to everyone, but it's not like this. It's important, but if you take this as a first step, we will not move to the second one. But I'd like to know from the UN Habitat, in your personal perspective too, how a smart, human-centered smart city and a media and information literacy city can address this kind of divides that we live nowadays?
Thanks a lot for the question. Let me also emphasize the importance of, you've mentioned the transparency and accountability of government, and this is one of the main pillars that the UN system here in Jordan is working around. The 4th pillar is focusing on enhancing accountability and transparency of local government, and as His Excellency mentioned, Amman has succeeded in developing its first voluntary local review report and reporting on the progress on the implementation of several SDGs. So, building the capacity of local governments and responding to the needs of local people is quite important. And within UN Habitat system, we're focusing on ensuring equitable access to services, equitable distribution of benefits. And you've mentioned the rural and urban linkages, and this is one of the areas that UN Habitat is working around. So leaving no one behind, and also leaving no place behind, going also to the rural area and trying to raise awareness. So as part of our work, definitely the first step in doing any initiative is participatory processes, and it is the foundation of building inclusive and safe cities and resilient cities. So trying to understand the needs of people, elderly people, young people, women actually, who are using the cities, what are the challenges, what are their needs, then we will be able to reflect these needs and put them in our plans and in our projects. So starting with the needs assessment, with the root causes, with the root communities, going to community-based organization, trying to reach out to the most vulnerable groups and most vulnerable neighborhoods, promoting the concept of bottom-up planning, trying to use traditional and non-traditional actually public spaces. Definitely we can't provide Wi-Fi in all places or in all areas, but why not to start by doing that in public spaces where people gather, where people talk, where people have dialogue on different issues, including the MIL cities and technological actually transformation. So basically empowering people. There are several strategies that we could implement, but I would like to highlight the importance of utilizing different awareness raising tools, trying to use different channels to be able to reach to the most vulnerable population. And also I would like to mention the need to create the conditions, the need to create the enabling environment for people oversight, for services and infrastructure. So by doing that, by following like a holistic approach, we will be able to achieve some progress. We will be able to bridge the divide between the technological divide. So again, inclusivity is quite important, utilizing different technological tools, also trying to address the needs of different groups, trying to utilize technological tools that cater to the needs of different age groups, different nationality. This is actually the first step that we need to start with. So trying to understand the needs of people and the voices and see their issues from their perspective, then we will be able to be like an inclusive city and responsive cities to the need of people. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Walacy, I barely can see you at the edge of this huge table.
Yeah.
You gave us the nice example of Nairobi and other cities in Africa. And there is one challenge for public administration is to promote cross areas policies. It's hard. Everybody knows that. But do you have some example in Africa or that you experienced or researched on that you have good experience in policies that cross different areas and promote something like a public policy like an MIL city or an example?
Thank you, Alexandre. Yes, I can draw from my own experience on media and information literacy in the last 12, 13 years in Nairobi. Of course, when we started, it was like somebody would ask you, where do we place this thematic area? Is it in education? Is it in media? Is it in culture? Where is it? So as time gone by, more and more stakeholders have started to understand what media and information literacy exactly entails. We now have stakeholders, and like Madam here said, from UN Habitat, for MIL cities to succeed, 3 pillars, collaboration, inclusivity, and sustainability. And that means everybody has a role to play. And looking at the 13 indicators of media and information literacy, you'll find that everybody in this room and in the city has a role to play for media and information literacy cities. So the example I can give is that we started as a civil society Center for Media and Information Literacy, Kenya, drawing from what has been done in other parts of the world where media and information literacy has existed for more years than in Africa. We are talking about 12 years ago, 2012. Along the way, we have been able to incorporate media regulators, including the Communications Authority of Kenya and Media Council of Kenya. They are better resourced than us because as we have to seek for funding from maybe UNESCO and other partners. And then they have been able to come up with programs that target not only the media that they regulate, but also the audiences who are the main beneficiaries of media and information literacy initiatives. On top of that, our center, for example, has been able to develop the media and information literacy curriculum for teachers in Kenya and engaged educators on the same level. That curriculum probably needs to be updated because it was based on the 2011 curriculum, given that there is a new curriculum that has been reviewed by UNESCO. Of course, that curriculum that we developed is more used for teacher training initiatives. And teachers are trained mainly in the cities, and then they catalyze media and information literacy in the schools when they are deployed. Other actors that are coming up, including the academia. There is a university in Kenya, it's called University of Rongo, that came up, that adopted, they changed their curriculum to adopt the media and information literacy curriculum at all levels, from entry level to PhD level. As we are speaking, today there is another initiative by universities, and when I leave Jordan, I am supposed to join them on Saturday, because universities, various universities are coming up with a discussion on how to make media and information literacy a core unit for every university student. So these are some of the initiatives that are taking place in Kenya. I could give other examples. We have been able also to collaborate with other countries through other initiatives outside even UNESCO and within UNESCO, in countries like Zambia, Zimbabwe, Uganda, Nigeria. I told my brothers that several times we have been to Nigeria, being the father of meal in Africa, and we learn from them because they are more enthusiastic. So I think Africa is no longer where it was when it comes to media and information literacy, and now that the guidelines are here on media and information literacy cities, and we can now engage the authorities that run cities administrations, because now we have some reference point on how they can embed that. You know, that is usually a political process. They think about budget and all that, but the need has been identified, and the guidelines are there. It is just a matter of onboarding and reaching the populations where they are. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Wallace. Unfortunately, we are running out of time. I will not have the opportunity to open for Q&A, but I think we are here. We can be together and talk about it. During the afternoon, we have the parallel sessions. There is one that will be about the MENA region and the Mill cities. That will be really interesting. I invite all of you. Just to sum up a little bit before I want to officially launch and give an example for an issue for each one of you. I think the Media and Information Literacy Cities it's a strategy of collaboration. I can sum up a strategy of collaboration to enhance MIL level within the cities and the nations. So I encourage you to download this publication and read it. And for those who are watching us online from other cities, also I encourage you to fill in the form to show your interest to be a Mill city within the UNESCO platform website. We are not designating cities yet. It's important to tell it, but we are checking out the experience that already exists and the interest of cities to be part of this initiative. So I thank you so much for our esteemed speakers, please. And the session is officially closed, unfortunately, and I will give the example of the issues for, but after you.
1 minute. Thank you. يعني أنا اليوم فخور إنه المؤتمر في عمان وانطلق من مدينة عمان. لذلك اليوم بعد
today, after we had a meeting with the doctor here, Amman was the first city ever to have adopted these guidelines, so that Amman would become a media literate city, and so Amman was the first Arab country ever to have adopted these guidelines.
Thank you. Thank you. This is a great news to start. So you deserve, all of you deserve your copy. Thank you so much for all of you.
Thank you, Alexander. Thank you, Your Royal Highness, our esteemed guests, Your Excellencies. Thank you for these insights, very valuable insights and remarks that I guess will take it forward from here.
Unfortunately, we are restricted when it comes to time. No, we haven't finished yet. We still have a schedule ahead of us.
No, I'm grateful for everyone who appreciates this, of course. طبعا أود أن أشكر سمو الأميرة.
I would like to thank Her Royal Highness and their excellencies and our dear guests, the persons with distinctive experiences. Thank you for these additions.
Thank you. أهلا وسهلا. أصحاب المعالي. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, with this session we will have concluded the public or main sessions, but there will be side sessions on the margins of this conference that will start at 2, specifically at 2, and certainly we are very happy to have you with us, to have you interact with us on these sessions.
The first session for this activity or this conference in which we discussed the horizons for information of public interest, of course, through media and information literacy, arriving at the closing session that we attended today that calls for empowering citizens, cities, literacy cities. There was comprehensiveness to an extent on the importance of media literacy at various levels, even in crises, interacting with AI and other issues.
I want to take a moment to express my heartfelt gratitude to all our speakers, panelists, and participants, of course. Your contribution and expertise had made possible a nuanced discussion over the last 2 days, making this conference a meaningful dialogue on media and information literacy in the digital age. I also thank our audiences for making time in their schedules to be here from all over the place. And to those watching the conference online, we are very grateful for your enthusiastic engagement. I also want to highlight that these discussions are a testament to the critical role that media and information literacy plays in our society. And it's clear that there is much more to explore and accomplish together. Now, I invite Mr. Tawfiq Jilasi, Assistant Director General for Communication and Information at UNESCO, to address the audience with his closing remarks.
Your Royal Highness, Princess Reem Ali, His Excellency Dr. Mohammed Al-Mumani, Minister of Government Communication and Government Spokesperson, Excellencies Ministers, Ambassadors, top-level government officials, distinguished guests, esteemed participants here in the room and online, ladies and gentlemen. As we draw to a close our commemoration of the 2024 Global Media and Information Literacy Week, I would like to take a moment to express my heartfelt gratitude to all those of you who made this conference a reality and a successful global event. First and foremost, I extend our sincere appreciation on behalf of UNESCO to His Majesty King Abdullah II and to the government of the Hashemite Kingdom of Jordan for so graciously hosted this important event and provided us with a unique platform for substantial discussions, sharing of insights, expertise, and experiences. A special acknowledgement goes to Her Royal Highness Princess Reem Ali, whose unwavering support, dedication, and engagement to the topic of media and information literacy has been instrumental in driving our agenda forward. I would like also to express our appreciation to the several ministers who traveled from different parts of the world to be with us. Of course, the ministers from the government of Jordan, the ministers from Armenia, Brazil, Lebanon, Colombia, and Nigeria. Your commitment to fostering media and information literacy in your respective countries reinforces our collective effort. I would like also to extend my gratitude to all the speakers, the panelists, the participants who have contributed so significantly to the rich content and agenda of these 2 days. The success of this conference, held for the first time in an Arab country and in the beautiful city of Amman, was made possible through the dedication of our host country, the tireless efforts of the key stakeholders, including the media, civil society, academia, the UNESCO office in Amman, and the keen interest of the broader public. This conference brought together over 1,000 participants from all over the world, both in presencia in this room, but also online. In addition, we have had over 200 events worldwide to celebrate the 2024 Global Media and Information Literacy Week. Please allow me to share with you 3 testimonies that we have received. The first one, a comment from Cynthia Madanat Sharaiha, who is the co-founder of Digitalize Media in Jordan. She said, "Know your audience, check your facts, collaborate with professionals, and come up with stories that speak to reality. This will help tackle complex issues thoroughly." Another powerful comment, this time from Faye De Souza, a journalist and entrepreneur in India. He said, "There is a temptation to put out information quickly, but we need to verify first to get the right information out there. We need to build credibility with our stories." A third testimony from a panel. We heard from Dr. Rima Diab, the CEO of Galaxy Organization, who said, "There is a huge gap between education systems and market needs. And obviously, this calls for more training on technology-related matters, including artificial intelligence, targeting young people, in particular young girls, and highlighting the need to ensure collaboration between private and public sector." Let me add a quote from the 2021 Nobel Peace Prize laureate, Maria Ressa, who also won the same year the UNESCO World Press Freedom Conference Prize. She said, "Without facts, there is no truth. Without truth, there is no trust. Without trust, there is no shared reality." We have to make sure that truth reaches everybody to bring us to the shared reality that we live in. I would like to take this opportunity to also congratulate the winners of this year's UNESCO Youth Hackathon, which is an annual event that we organize. Their creative projects, their sense of innovation regarding media and information literacy shows the critical thinking that young people play in addressing contemporary challenges and driving our initiatives forward. Ladies and gentlemen, as we reflect on the substantial discussions which we have been having the last 2 days, I am proud to announce the launch of the Amman Declaration. This critical document outlines our shared commitment to strengthening media and information literacy in the digital age. It highlights the urgent needs for collective global action. At the core of this effort is mutual learning. We must remain humble and acknowledge that in this ever-evolving digital world, we are all still learners. This approach will pave the way for all stakeholders to ensure that media and information literacy becomes a vital tool to achieve the right to information, the right to freedom of expression, while advocating for public interest information that is accessible to all. The Amman Declaration recognizes the critical need in our ever-evolving digital world, we must enhance media and information literacy to maximize its benefits for everyone. In this age of constant connectivity, we face growing challenges from the rise of generative AI to the exponential dissemination of misinformation and disinformation to the harmful online content. Now more than ever, we need to build resilience to this new type of digital threats. The Amman Declaration also emphasizes the role and responsibilities of digital platforms in relation to media and information literacy. Digital platforms must adhere to international human rights standards, must promote freedom of expression, must center user empowerment in all their operations. One of the most important messages of the Amman Declaration is the renewed call to increase funding for media and information literacy initiatives, especially in the Arab region. Sharing knowledge, sharing best practices across borders is essential to ensure that no one is left behind in the digital age. Finally, the Amman Declaration highlights the important role that cities can play in providing informal learning and thereby empowering citizens with critical thinking skills in urban spaces. By building competencies on media and information literacy, we can equip people with the tools they need to safely and securely navigate and thrive in the digital world. Moving forward, our focus must remain on leveraging technological advances to build critical thinking skills, to promote information integrity, and to foster global cooperation, especially with respect to the governance of digital platforms. UNESCO is working actively on these topics. We must also ensure that our media and information literacy initiatives align with the United Nations 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, responding to the calls that were made last month during the UN Pact for the Future. Let's carry the momentum of our discussions forward. Let's unite in our mission to empower individuals and communities through media and information literacy. Thank you all for your presence, your participation, your contribution, and your engagement.
Thank you, Mr. Tawfiq Jelassi. يسعدني الآن أن أدعو معالي
I'm happy to invite now Dr. Mohammed Momani, government spokesperson in the government of Jordan, to present his final remarks of the conference. Go ahead, please.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم.
In the name of God, most gracious, most merciful, Your Royal Highness Prince Reem Ali, attending on behalf of His Majesty King Abdullah II bin Al-Hussein, Mr. Tawfiq Jelassi, Assistant Director for Communications and Information at UNESCO, Your Excellency, Minister of Media Information in Lebanon, peace be upon you. 2 days we spent amid this elite group of experts and specialists on media literacy and information literacy. 2 days that saw the exchange of expertise and experiences. We heard proposals and recommendations that made us more confident that we are moving in the right direction in giving media education this focus in cooperation with experts in UNESCO. And this is a motivation for us to move towards more focus at the level of the government and civil society organizations and universities to entrench the ethical principles of media and communicating it to the largest possible group of our youth and the future generation so that it is a foundation for them and for their minds in the face of misinformation of all of its forms, and to protect them from taking advantage of them and rejecting hate speech and promoting the principles of tolerance. And therefore, the Amman Declaration issued following this conference confirms its support for the Declaration of Abuja on global financing for media literacy, media information literacy, as UNESCO has called for the establishment of a fund for literacy, also encouraging regional cooperation in the Arab countries to increase funding for enhancing initiatives, literacy initiatives, and the exchange of knowledge and best practices in this regard. The declaration invites the governments to commit to creating an environment that enhances freedom of expression and accessing information while guaranteeing protection from misguided information or media and manipulation, especially in times of crisis. The declaration also stresses the importance of creating national policies, effective policies to enhance literacy and making it available to everyone. And supporting the development of programs for the vulnerable, the youth and the senior to ensure equal and equitable opportunities for all groups and enhance cooperation between regulatory bodies, institutions, media institutions, civil society organizations. We also reiterate the importance of literacy, placing it at the heart of global priorities, inviting all parties to perform and assess literacy programs that focus on empowering users and enhancing freedom of expression as a priority. Dear ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of myself and my colleagues at the Ministry of Communications and the Cabinet and the Royal Court, we thank the UNESCO for selecting Jordan to convene this conference, and to our strategic partners for their efforts exerted within this framework, and peace be upon you.
Thank you, Dr. Mohammed Al-Moumani. Thank you so much, Your Excellency, and the Ministry also for being a gracious host of this conference and for your closing words. The moment has come to be truly inspired by young people. In just a few moments, we will welcome to the stage the winners of the 2024 edition of the Youth Hackathon. The Youth Hackathon is a unique initiative organized by UNESCO which mobilizes young minds from all over the world, challenging them to create innovative projects centered around media and information literacy. This year, to help prepare for this challenge, UNESCO hosted a two-day online mentoring program back in August, equipped our participants with the guidance and the skills they needed to bring their ideas to life. The response was phenomenal. The organizers received record-breaking 203 submissions from 69 countries, a true testament of the passion and the creativity of young people worldwide. From this wealth of innovation, a jury of international experts was tasked with selecting the top of 4 most creative, impactful, and inspiring projects. Some of the esteemed jury members are here with us today, and I'm sure they will be agreeing it was no easy task. But now, the moment has arrived. We are thrilled to present to you the 4 winning teams whose outstanding projects have risen to the top. All 4 teams are equally honored as they share the top prize for the Youth Hackathon 2024. I invite Mr. Tawfiq Jalasi, Assistant Director General, to please join me on the stage to felicitate the winners of the Youth Hackathon 2024. Please. Let me introduce the first team from Indonesia. Their goal is to enhance media and information literacy for children, and they have designed a unique board game. Please give a warm welcome to Rafi Aurelian and Suba Raizar, I hope this name is right, Al-Fares. So there will be a presentation. They will tell us more about the product. The mic, please. Excuse us. We are thrilled to have your presentation without thinking of it. But I will gently please excuse you to stick to that time so we can have the time to see all the teams.
Ladies and gentlemen, imagine you live in a world where you cannot choose the right and verified information because everything seems to be true. Let's introducing Naila. Naila is a 10-year-old girl, elementary school, living in rural areas of Indonesian village where have potential risks in circumstances of these 3 major problems. Naila, not the only children, Naila represents millions children and youth in this educational gap. In this digital age, there are lots of billions of people using internet and social media and have the same problem as Naila. Moreover, children and youth have a potential risk as well, such as digital illiteracy, information overload, until misinformation and disinformations. MIL, or Media and Information Literacy Education, requires innovative solutions, but also could understand the market landscape.
So, introducing to you Mileboard, the most innovative and interactive snake and ladders board game in the world. And we are integrated in mobile app, but worry not. We have options for offline students to play the games, the Mileboard games, and to be able to play without internet access for underdeveloped areas. Next, here's the prototype of our board game, and you can see that everything is like a snake and ladder board game. We designed Mileboard with QR-coded question, open-ended questions, and also we have critical challenge and QR scan module to help learning to be more enjoyable, and in the end, it could be more interactive for children and youth. We designed Mileboard to be able to give students, youth, and children the most interactive and engaging, fun, and learning. Next, here we have the comprehensive module that we designed that has exercises, real-life scenarios, and also we complete it with a leaderboard to be able to to motivate them to be able to create and to be able to learn MIL in a more engaging way. And here's the team behind Mileboard with diverse and strong background. And yeah, finally, we truly believe that Milebird could help Naila and millions of children over the world, globally, to be more informed and more empowered digital citizens. Milebird, play with care, be media aware. Thank you.
Wow. Congratulations. I love the energy that you have, guys. Thank you for both of you. Congratulations, Mr. Tawfiq Jelassi will give you your well-deserved award. Thank you. So the second winning team is comprised of international students who met during a training in the United Arab Emirates. Together, they created a mobile application to tackle misinformation. Please welcome Dania Rayah from Iraq and Mohsen Muhammad from Egypt.
Imagine a place rich with history, beauty, and culture, a land that gave the world some of its old civilizations. This is Iraq, and now Baghdad is set to become the Arab capital for tourism, showcasing its resilience and pride. But despite its beauty, Iraq often faced destroyed image in the media. Misleading stories spread faster than the truth, affecting how others see us.
In 2021, World Health Organization reports revealed that fake news led to deaths as people took incorrect medication based on misleading information. And 2022 UNESCO study showed that 85% of the Arab world's population suffer from media awareness problem due to the decline in press freedom in their countries.
This is where Maho comes in. Maho is a simple and powerful tool to help people check the accuracy of media. It doesn't just stop there. It also has quizzes and fun challenges to improve media awareness for everyone. Our goal is to make spotting fake news an easy skill.
Our application, Maho, provides powerful AI tools for quick and reliable news verification. Our artificial intelligence help detect edited images, deepfakes, and based content, ensuring users have access to verified information.
Maho is designed in an engaging and enjoyable way. With interactive quizzes, users can earn points and even challenge their friends to see who is better at detecting misinformation. There's also a special section for women and children where they can learn about media literacy in an easy and fun way. With Maho, learning about media literacy is fun and effective.
Maho is your comprehensive solution for verifying news, enhancing media literacy, and staying informed. Soon on Play Store and App Store. Thank you for coming. Thank you to UNESCO. Thank you to Jordan hosting the conference. Mohsen Muhammad from Egypt was with you.
Thank you, Dania from Iraq.
Thank you, guys. Thank you, Muhammad. And of course, Mr. Tawfiq Jelassi will hand you your award. It was a nice presentation. Actually, we wish you all the luck. And the third winning team comes from Madagascar. And they want to use the power of radio to target young audiences from remote and isolated areas. Please welcome Ney Aro and Riyam Mia Roswa. I'm sorry, the name is very hard. And Barakat bin Saida.
Hi everyone. Thank you for giving us the floor.
Morning, Jordan. My name is Nyaron Jamiarsu, and today we are going to present to you our Ideas Echo podcast from Madagascar.
And my name is Barkat. We are from Climate, Madagascar, and meet the team.
Indeed, in our country, 90% of the population lives with less than $1 per day. And 12% only have access to electricity. But we have different kinds of problems, like...
And the radio is the primary technology for 80% of the population. And the country faces many climate issues due to climate change, such as major cyclone, drought, and flood.
Knowing that, our vision is to improve access to reliable information to the 80% of the population in the most remote zone in our country on different topics such as environment, climate change, politics.
We've been developing Ideas Echo for 1 year now on a particular focus for youth, women, and people with disabilities. And we reached 1,000 youth for now, and the ambition to cover 50 communities in the 6 regions in the most remote area.
We believe that together we can create the media literate generation that thrives in the digital world.
Thank you, everyone. It was a pleasure in Malagasy world. Misaucha.
Thank you.
Thank you, and I can't wait actually to be the first listener to your podcast. Can I? And please, Mr. Gelasi will hand you your reward. And we wish you all the luck. And finally, the 4th winning team comes from Ukraine. And they decided to combat disinformation through the power of art. Please welcome Alexandra Panova and Svenel Salva Sherba. I appreciate seeing your name once again, so it's properly pronounced. Thank you.
You were really close.
Very close, yeah, I can imagine.
So, greetings everyone from the Artifact team. Basically, we launched this project in 2021 to promote media literacy through street art. So, we placed 3 murals in the areas heavily impacted by Russian propaganda in Ukraine. We did it as well in Armenia and in Poland. So, it's like it was initially an international project. But this story, it is not about art. This story, unfortunately, is about really tiny, really fragile boundaries between pre-war, in-war, and post-war societies. Now you can see the city of Bakhmut. It was occupied by Russians in 2014. It endured the combat actions, and it was liberated by Ukrainian army several months later. So we considered it a post-war city, and we thought it's like the best place to place a mural about media literacy, to be a constant reminder of this like crucial for our lives intersection of media literacy, of physical safety, of our cognitive security. But little did we know back then, Bakhmut nowadays is one of the most tragic symbols of Ukrainian bravery and Ukrainian self-sacrifice. The city nowadays is like in complete ruins, it's a wasteland.
Russian war against Ukraine is about terrible war crimes enabled by the means of disinformation. That's why our team came up with the next iteration of the project, Artifact. Actually, what does it mean? We create digital comic book, animated cartoon, to make the counter disinformation and media literacy more accessible to people, in particular young people and local communities. And this animated cartoon that features adventures of Artie and Tina, striking street art, it makes people think critically about the information they consume. Moreover, the digital format makes this content adaptive. Once it's created, it can be easily updated or transformed in response to new challenges in the media landscape. This information develops rapidly fast, and it's rather essential to be one step ahead. And Artifake project can make this fight more successful, creative, and sustainable. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Actually, it's very exciting to see how you use the street art and the comics, also the digital comics and animation to deliver your idea and saying something about these important issues. Mr. Jelassi, of course, will hand you the award. Congratulations. Thank you so much. Once again, let's give a round of applause to these 8 participants, as well as their teammates, of course, who are probably watching us live from Indonesia, United Arab Emirates, Madagascar, and Ukraine, of course. This is just the beginning of your journey, and we are confident that with your passion and dedication, you'll continue to push your projects to a new heights. We can't wait, actually, to see where this path takes you. Keep the good work, and congratulations once again. Thank you. Finally, I would like to give the floor for Mr. Tawfiq Jelassi, UNESCO's Assistant Director General for the Communication and Information Sector, who will announce the host country for the Global Mel Week 2025. تعبتك بعرف بس تفضل أهلا وسهلا.
I am back for the last time, and I am still Tawfiq Jelassi. Your Royal Highness, Excellency, Mr. Minister, Honorable Ministers, ladies and gentlemen, I am delighted to announce that Colombia will host the next Global Media and Information Literacy Week in October 2025. UNESCO is grateful for the long-standing dedication of Colombia to advance media and information literacy for all. We are confident that Colombia will be a valuable co-organizer of our next global AMAL conference, furthering the insights of this year's event and reinforcing our joint actions to promoting media and information literacy worldwide. But I must say here that Jordan has put the bar very high, and I told His Excellency the Minister this yesterday. Colombia will have a tough act to follow next year after such successful event this time. It is my great pleasure to turn to the Vice Minister of Digital Transformation of Colombia, who couldn't be physically with us today, but has sent us a video message to highlight his country's commitment to the topic, but also to pre-welcome you to next year's event in Colombia. So please, let's listen to this brief video message from the Colombian minister.
Estimados miembros de la audiencia global, es un honor dirigirme a tan distinguida asamblea, ministros, representantes de medios, jóvenes, miembros de la sociedad civil y expertos en alfabetización mediática e informacional. Agradezco la oportunidad de compartir y aprender en este espacio que sin duda fortalecerá nuestra misión común de una ciudadanía digital, informada y responsable. En Colombia, Sudamérica, hemos avanzado en la integración de la alfabetización mediática e informacional como parte fundamental de nuestras reformas educativas. bajo la dirección del Ministerio de Tecnologías de la Información y las Comunicaciones, MINTIC, se han desarrollado propuestas innovadoras, entre las que se destaca el programa de Ciberpaz. Ciberpaz es un programa pionero en su enfoque de derechos humanos y alfabetización digital. Promueve la ciudadanía del siglo XXI, comprometida con una tecnología utilizada de manera consciente, empática y responsable. Mediante talleres en diversas regiones a lo largo y ancho del país, Ciberpaz sensibiliza sobre el rol transformador de las TIC, brindando las herramientas necesarias para que todos los colombianos puedan desarrollar un pensamiento crítico, ético y comprometido. Fomentamos asimismo la libertad de expresión y el respeto a los derechos digitales, incluyendo la protección de datos personales, la ciberseguridad y el acceso equitativo a la información. Ciberpaz no se limita a la enseñanza de competencias técnicas. Su verdadero propósito es instaurar una cultura de paz digital donde el uso ético de la tecnología y el pensamiento crítico sean esenciales para construir una sociedad activa, responsable y democrática. Este enfoque transversal e inclusivo llega a todas las comunidades del país, resaltando el papel de las TIC como herramientas de cambio social y no solo de acceso a la información. Nos honra profundamente que bajo el liderazgo de nuestro presidente Gustavo Petro, Colombia haya sido elegida como sede mundial de la Conferencia de Alfabetización Mediática e Informacional en el año 2025. Este reconocimiento no solo es un reflejo de nuestro compromiso nacional, sino que representa una oportunidad única para fortalecer la cooperación internacional en torno a la alfabetización mediática e informacional. Este evento será una plataforma invaluable para compartir nuestras experiencias, aprender de otros países y consolidar alianzas en pro de una ciudadanía global, informada y crítica. Estamos firmemente comprometidos a continuar avanzando en este camino, aspirando a una sociedad donde cada ciudadano no solo consuma información, sino que participe activamente en el fortalecimiento de una democracia digital segura y respetuosa. Gracias por su atención y por permitirnos compartir el compromiso de Colombia en ese campo tan crucial.
Thank you, Mr. Minister, and thanks to Colombia for extending their kind invitation to host the 2025 Global Media and Information Literacy Conference. Thank you again to all of you. Congratulations for the achievements here, for the declaration, for the outcomes of this important event. شكرا للأردن للاستضافة.
For hosting this and for having us over and for the organization for this great phenomenon, and of course safe travels, and hopefully we'll see you soon, and keep in touch.
Thank you, Mr. Gilati.
So since we are nearing, of course, the end of this conference, we are hopeful that you have had a good time with these discussions that we've had throughout the 2 days. I would like to, of course, also extend my gratitude, deep gratitude to all speakers who were involved in this, the facilitators for these sessions, for the participants, all from all countries, and especially from Jordan. This conference wouldn't have been possible without, of course, Jordan's hospitality and, of course, also the royal patronage by His Majesty King Abdullah II Ibn al-Hussein.
Over the past days, we have delved into crucial topics surrounding media and information literacy, exploring how we can better navigate the complexities of our digital landscape in time of crisis and conflicts as well. and empower our communities from the challenges posed by misinformation and disinformation to the innovative strategies being adopted to integrate media and information literacy in our cities. Each session has provided us with vital knowledge that we can carry forward. أود أن أشكر أيضاً فريق التنظيم الحكومي، فريق اليونسكو والشركاء الفنيين وكافة الموظفين على جهودهم طبعاً الكبيرة في إنجاح هذا المؤتمر. كان التزامكم أساس في خلق بيئة ملائمة للحوار والتعلم. واسمحوا لي كمان أن أشكر my partner سيف زكريا صالح، مترجم لغة الإشارة. I'm sure we were speaking the same language in different ways, and this is it's all about. شكرا سيف على وجودك معنا.
Thank you, Sif, for being with us.
طبعا أريد أن
I
أذكر
would also
وأدعو
like to remind all participants here, I would like to tell you that we will have side events that we will have after lunch, of course organized by experts on media and information literacy from across the world. We are going to delve into so many interesting topics and new topics in this field.
As we move forward, let us take the insights we've gained here and apply them in our respective fields to foster a more informed and resilient society. Thank you once again for all the participants and for your contributions. We eagerly anticipate to seeing you again. It's Isra Atweshat. I was honored to be with you for the past 2 days. Thank you for listening to me. Thank you all your excellencies, your Royal Highness. Thank you our esteemed guests. Hope to see you in Colombia maybe next year. Thank you.